we go. I think it's all working. I know, such a reassuring thing to hear very first start. Oh, and Kakazi first. Let me just add that to the board because it does count. A MemNul first is still a first, and technically the first of MemNul. But let's not dwell on that.
MemNul back from, well, not dead, just resting.
Yeah, like one of those long-running indie shows that everybody loves and then doesn't get updated for a year. Has it been a year?
Something like that.
Yeah. And Bacon, thank you for the bits. So coming in, friends, coming in. To try and offset how much I usually say it during an episode of MemNul, I'll do the proper intro before we get in game and get everybody started. But yeah, friends, come on down. Apparently there was no noise when J-Post gave SquarePeg a sub, but thank you.
41 months, let's go.
Let's fucking go! The return! Y'all don't even know. The box. Found a whole bunch of cool shit that I was missing today whilst trying to find this, so it was party all round.
Cool argument, but Eldritch Blast.
But Eldritch Blast. That's so funny of you to say, but Eldritch Blast. Fucking thank you all. Sorry, a little bit. Oh, everybody's in for MemNul return. Why is the train so big?
Why would the train not be so big?
That's a fair point.
I think we made it big as a shtick at some point, and then we just never
ungigantified it. Big train. I guess the big train stays.
First MemNul train.
First MemNul train in a long time. Thank you all. And Toby, and to those of you that are new, I will explain everything before we get going. But the shorthand is we're going to play D&D. And we're going to play D&D in a way where you lot get to... Basically, you lot and me are playing the adventures of a character as run by the legendary Baron von Cheekington III.
Eldritch Blast. The only cantrip you'll ever need.
Who need cantrips when they can't trip on the feet you just blew off with an Eldritch Blast? See what I did there? Wasn't my best work. I'm gonna level with you. Could have done better. And we've only been going for 3 minutes, so you're doing good. I'm gonna wait till this train is over before we declare Jarls and whatnot, because he's moving very fast. Someone gifted a sub to Toby, which is really fucking kind of you, whoever that was. Fearless and Lyris and Vanderbeest. Fucking yo! And Toby, so this is actually the return of Season 2 of this whole concept. Alright, Baron, I'm sorry to be a liar within under 5 minutes, but I'm going to explain to Toby. No! I said I wasn't going to do it multiple times, and apparently I'm a big fat liar.
Yeah, it happens.
In skies above she hangs her lantern bright, a sign of soon impending world's rebirth. But how, one asks, will such a change ignite? Through embers caught which walks upon this earth.
Your guess is probably actually scientifically better than mine, but fucking thank you. It's good to see you all!
One of my friends glued themselves to their driver's manual. I guess they wanted to adhere to the rules.
Fuck off, puns. This is one of the things I do like about the MemNul setup, is that Baron has to listen to these jokes as well. And I don't
You're right. I'm trying to fix that right now because for some reason OBS is like, nah, you just can't hear those.
Wait, so you're getting spared from all this shite?
Yep.
Big train for big return.
I'm working on it.
But, Dorcas actually did put in something really cool. Punspector's currently, Punspector and Bacon are currently the criminals at large. And the Jarl fight is pretty spicy already.
Boom.
But yeah, we'll give it another couple minutes before we decide to just kick Dinobot in the general genitals. But so Toby says, on a scale of 1 to my room, how much chaos is this going to be? Well, we got story
What
time.
does a sheep weigh to the beach? Abba Arkany.
Okay, that's how you know Baron hasn't fixed the alert on... yeah, because that terror did not make it across. Wolfcrad, thank you for the bits. You're fucking criminal, but... Oh, it is worth... God, and... There's so much to...
So when are we having Bacon's
Bacon's
funeral?
not dead! Bacon's not dead! We have been going for 6 minutes, and I already want to turn this train around. Yeah, you're safe now, Dorcas. You no longer hold the Jarl's responsibility. Okay, so, thank you all for throwing in. Like, the train's already at 4, like, it's no big deal. So, with Azraleth and all of you lot, so this is the continuation of Memory Equals Null. This is the 2nd season of this. But fuck off, Baron!
What train?
Hey, I fixed it.
You're already running the show. Now you're running the train. Thank you. So, a million years ago, drunk as a skunk, I believe sober, I was lamenting one of the things that have been weighing on me a lot about Dungeons and Dragons. Now, I love tabletop. I was actually a Vampire the Masquerade kid to start, and then I discovered the joy of D&D when I was at CA.
This train.
It's a lot of train. But one of the things that frustrated me is that I really like talking with all of you lot when streaming. I like hanging out with you lot. One of the things I love about streaming is that it's collaborative, right? You know? And sometimes, well, I'm not against it. I'm not saying it's shit or bad, but sometimes the barrier between like people watching like a D&D stream and the people playing it, I feel is a bit too stark, you know, especially if it's just a small group all watching the same campaign. And so I whinged to this at Baron, and Baron would repeatedly say, I've already solved it. And then I would forget, get drunk again, and be like, Baron, how come no one's done a campaign where you can talk to the audience? I already fixed it. Baron, how come there's no... I've already fixed it. So this was the back and forth. And what Baron cooked up is this. Memory equals null.
I don't like hanging out with average people. They end up being mean. Sorry, this joke is myth.
We are beyond the god's sight. So, oh yeah, Lance, being drunk and sober, say it ain't so. So...
And Moriad, thank you. I grew it myself.
It's a homebrew.
I will also admit, about 2 weeks ago, I contacted a friend of mine that does cosplay. I'm like, how hard would it be to put a fake beard on over my actual beard? And they're like, I'm like, what if I just get a shit one? Like, that's fine then. So I was this close to getting a fake beard that was like this long, just because if you look at the thumbnails and YouTube, you just see my beard slowly get longer every episode. And so just have it like down here to
It's a huge,
denote.
chunky beard.
I think Pun's meant to say that was mode or median.
Just be like, this is how much time has passed.
And Numbers, Shitaru, Pons, all of you, feckin' thank you. I have a feeling this train's going to be going for a little bit. I'm sure it'll like tucker itself out in a few minutes, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, totally.
So, Season 1 of Memory Equals Null, available in both YouTubian VOD and podcast form, was a cavalcade of chaos in the Stars Without Number system. And the premise was dead simple. We, as in myself and all of you lot, were given a blank character sheet at the start of the campaign. It was a sci-fi setting. We literally just woke up on a transport, flying towards a space station, go. And we had to work out who we were, where we had come from, what our story was, just through playing in the space. Like, you know, we named ourselves Thick McRunfast, and ending up being an amnesiac mech pilot with a penchant for chaos and dumb jokes at the worst times.
Yeah.
And it was glorious, and it was silly, and it was heartfelt, and it was fucking brilliant. For Season 2, we have been using good old D&D 5th edition, as is the want in these days. And we were given a similar premise. We just woke up, appearing to be a tiefling of some description with a fancy, slightly charred book. And again, I don't want to spoil too much if this is your first time, because the original reveal of the contents of the box was probably one of my favourite things we've done on stream. Oh, fucking hell, Lizzie, thank you! Thank you.
Just messing up the growler there.
Yep. No!
Stir it all up.
Oh, it is a pint glass, and you know it.
Nah, it's a growler. Yeah, pound that growler, Lizzie.
Things I never want to hear on Twitch.television.
Too bad.
You're killing me smalls already. Okay, so. Memory Equals Null Season 2 has been a very, very different style. It has been a battle of gods and legends. The continuing adventures of one Emberlin Burns, a warlock tiefling with a penchant for fire. And it's been fucking brilliant. Sadly, MemNul did end up going on the back burner just due to a myriad of different issues. And one of the things I was very determined about this year is to get it back on track. And that's on me. Like, I'm the one that let it slide. So I'm happy for us to be back. Now, you've still got a little bit of time, friends, before we get started proper. But the only thing I know about today's episode is that if you have never watched a single one of these, you will absolutely be able to join in or watch along. That's as far as I understand it.
I'm being distracted by cat shenanigans.
As I said, if one of the cats takes your green screen down, it's going to be the funniest shit.
It would not be hard to do. It is currently held up in the stupidest way possible.
The only thing I know is that Hex is dead.
Okay, fuck off. Hex is not dead. Hex is not dead. That's a question and a fearful statement. Don't worry, it'll make sense later. So Toby, it's less of the voting on actions. It's more like, okay, so with Thick McRunfast, the answer we came up with is that basically you lot were like the voices in Thick's head. If I'm at the main controls, you're all the ideas, good, bad, chaotic, or otherwise.
Raise your glasses in memory of Hex and Bacon.
Okay, I want to be mad, but Hex and Bacon might be the only podcast I would voluntarily listen to. What does it mean? What does Hex and Bacon mean? Listen and find out.
Years ago, a friend of mine and I were trying to come up with stupid businesses, and we came up with...
Oh, right. I thought I heard the new person say their name was Hex.
We came up with Non Sequitur and Sons, Rabbits, and Roofing.
The Dungeons and Dragons side business. And Lyris and Shitara, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Numbers and Bacon and all of you.
Another way that you guys can all get involved...
Hex says Heavenly Bartab.
Is there's multiple ways. A, if you go into the Dice and Get More Dice channel, there are pinned 2 different forums. One is for random NPCs, and one is for random locations. So whenever I'm like, oh, you go to a bar, I pull up a bar that one of you made, and it has included such things as the Guinea Pig Cafe.
Spectral Guinea Pig Cafe.
Spectral Guinea Pig Cafe. Also, I believe a pizza place that was run by monkeys.
I don't think we went to the monkey pizza place. And Jackie,
yeah, I don't remember.
Why are you like this?
But yeah, several several NPCs that you guys have made have become notable. Like, oh god, what's his name? The guy that is now helping Artem Knackle make basically Zoids.
Love it.
I just had his name because I was just thinking about him earlier. What's his name?
And so, Toby, it's not so much that, like, money equal idea louder. It's just through the alert system, Baron and I will both see and hear it. Like, I try and keep up with all your suggestions and ideas as best I can, you know? But no, there's no pay to win in MemNul. In fact, if anything, there is a pay to make it considerably harder.
Yeah, because these numbers right here, those are hidden sub and bit goals that when you hit them, things happen. Often piratey things.
Baron has used them predominantly as a way to fuck with us all at given intervals. You can pay for intrusive thoughts. No, Alnus. That's the best worst description of MemNul of all time. What are you spending $2 on? I'm giving Will intrusive thoughts. Jump. Just fucking jump. Do it, coward, but you won't. There has been a lot of pirates. I'm not against this. Like, who doesn't love some fucking sky pirates and shit?
Gale, that was his name. Thank you. God, it was bothering me.
Mimasi nullisi.
Well, roll D4.
Using one of my fucking healing dice for this. 1!
I take 2 psychic damage.
Not too bad. I have a mild headache. You criminals. Yeah. Oh, and I do still have the both the thick and Emberlin figures, which I doubt I will ever be good enough to paint. I like doing big robots because my shaky hands are better at it.
I mean, you can hand them off to me and I'll paint it for you.
I mean, it's your it's your adventure. Sorry, I'm getting ready to start taking stuff out of the box. I'm like, no, we're not ready yet. But yeah, have you got any questions or otherwise? Yeah, so Toby, it's the Dice and Yet More Dice channel.
And if you just go to the pinned posts, it should be. I think I put them all in one post. I'm really sad they made they deprecated Goog.ol because that was their built-in link shortener, and it was my go-to one. And so now I have to use like one of the stupid other ones.
Boo.
Yeah.
And Dice Goddess, thank you kindly. The problem is it's Roll20's dice, not mine. And I don't know what it is. Like, Roll20 is not my friend. Like,
no.
I wonder if it's like when the when our sponsorship ended with them.
Maybe. Oh, there's like, nah.
There's a little setting in the back end that's just, fuck this guy. So yeah, Dice Goddess, thank you for those wishes. Lyris has made their first gin beverage. Ooh, what'd you make? I'm trying to stay off the booze for at least another day. So
I decided I wasn't vibrating enough, so
Can we get some initiative rolls?
so this is currently my third energy drink of the day.
I mean, says me, I'm still drinking coffee. Legend, fucking thank you.
Oh.
All right, I mean, Legend, do you want physical rolls? Because I'll do it. Like, I'm always ready.
Yeah.
So Toby, there should be a couple forms for suggested characters and suggested locations and stuff like that. As Dorcha says, there's also pinned links in the community notes. Just know that you don't have to go hard to start. Gay! The true star is here.
No thoughts. No thoughts, only shoulder.
Only shoulder. Okay, Legend is asking everybody, okay, physical roll, rolling for initiative. I mean, for... We're going on the honor system here, okay, friends? 18! Oh, man, that's the only good roll I was going to have today. Thanks, legend.
Nope. Whisper. Okay. Nope. He was thinking about it. He was thinking about it real hard.
That would have been funny. Hopefully. Okay. Lovely. Both the event for MemNul and the Dinobot have kicked off, so we're getting some more people coming on in.
So I was gonna ask. I know it's kind of late in the campaign to introduce this, but I was reminded of this.
Yeah.
And I thought we could maybe potentially add a homebrew rule.
Okay.
Which is the. It's got a couple different names. I've heard it called different things, but they're all basically the same.
Yeah.
It is the deal with the devil. Where basically, at some point, you failed a roll, you can ask to make a deal with the devil, where it suddenly instantly becomes a nat 20. But then I get a token, and at some point, I get to change one of your rolls into a nat 1.
Oh, that's fucking spicy. Oh.
So I will leave it up to all of you.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's fucking good. Oh, I like that one. So yeah, in one situation, we would just basically get to turn anything into a critical success.
Yes. Whisper, bud, can you not? Don't make me go get the make Whisper go away thing.
Yeah,
we got one of those things that makes a noise that cats hate.
Ah. No, I'm with Carol on this one. This is a fun rule. Also, Watto and welcome. Coming in. And also to Toby and peeps who have just joined. I promise, today's adventures is not a thing you need to have watched any MemNul to get involved with. 2, it'll be pretty obvious by play, the level of involvement and what you can get into. So, yeah,
I just remembered Baron still needs a green screen cup.
It's weird that this one kind of is doing the green screen thing, because this is yellow.
Huh. But, I mean, it looks the part. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
It's been a very long time coming. You know what? I'm going to show people some of the stuff anyway, because I don't know when/if I'm going to need it. It's just so when we started this whole campaign, I got handed this lovely little box, and it contained 2 physical healing potions. So it's a little glass jar with 2 D4s in, which is fucking cool. A bag of miscellaneous coinage from around the realm. So, I've got a ton of these in varying shapes and whatnot. I have a tiny ever-warm ember. Just a little one. And Thick McRunfast is in here as well. Also a little Emberlin Burns figure. But this was, I want to say, Aaron Feather's work. And it is check this out. There's an actual medallion. How fucking cool is that?
Yes, that was Ian that did that.
And last but by no means least, a physical grimoire, which not only contained Emberlin's spells moving forward, but also a whole bunch of little notes and pieces and whatnot, and a few little fucking, like, this last torn page, which would turn out to be a massive fucking hint. It's great. So fucking cool. Like, now, I keep meaning to update this with all of our new spells.
Yeah.
I
spent so long making that.
It's so cool.
I think I spent more time making that than writing the rest of the lore.
I mean,
just because, like, I bought a fountain pen and I had to physically write every single spell.
Along with the pages of fucking, what was it? Infernal? Demonic? One of those.
Draconic.
Ah, that was it.
I'm actually amazed some people haven't translated some of the other Draconic that have hidden around the campaign.
Also, the bits total is weirdly specific. 19, 19,
Yeah.
19. That's a series of dominoes if ever I saw it. So, Judica. Emberlin is a tiefling warlock, but with a few twists and quirks. A lot of fire stuff going on. I don't know what we're going to be up to today, so I don't know if we're going to be leaping straight in with Emberlin or what have you. But once we get to the point... Oh, okay. But once we get to the point where we are, I'll show you Emberlin's stats and spells and whatnot. One of the things that was happening in previous episodes was when I say we got given a blank character sheet, it was blank. Like, we could still roll, but we didn't know our modifiers, our abilities, etc. We had to work those out. And we got... Is the music louder? Hang on, I can adjust the mix on this side.
Yeah. That's why we do it this way, so you can turn it down in Discord.
Alright, is it louder than myself or Baron? Oh, I just need to fucking project and stop being soft. Bring the full thunder! No, we'll give it a second and see what the data is. Okay. I can do that right now. Sorry, friends, you're going to see some behind the scenes. Oh, the power of Baron compels you! Oh, okay. See? And this is why we check. Turns out Lyris just had music running somewhere else. While I can adjust my volume and Baron's volume, I can't adjust your internal dialogue volume. I'm sorry, that's out of my control. But now you have even louder Baron, so it's fine.
Speaking of intrusive thoughts and whatnot, for most of last week, I had I am not a person, I'm three possums in a coat. Stuck in my head.
But we got it from a goat.
Claim it's vintage or it's haven't got whatever but you float.
I am not a person.
I am not a person, I'm three possums in a coat.
Oh, the brain weevils are real! Different from brain spiders.
Yeah.
I have spent an inordinate amount of time around the flat just singing, keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man.
Oh, God. That was such a weird... I've started seeing that dude's other songs pop up, and they're all just as fucking weird.
Yeah, I was royally hungover at some morning this week and just going... I am a goddamn motherfucking cowboy. Mama was a boy and my papa was a cow. Half man, half cow. That's what it is. Sorry. And I don't know why, because I wasn't singing it in a whimsical or glee-like moment. I was singing it to cope through the fucking shakes.
Yeah.
And I didn't know it was 3 tabaxi and a coat. I think that's going to be the only challenge today is, if I'm not able to, friends, those of you who have been watching a lot of MemNul, please try and bring the new people in on the in-jokes.
It It wasn't just Tabaxi, it was Tabaxi Orphans.
I got distracted, okay? Could have been worse. At least I wasn't murdered by a fucking zombie parasite parrot.
Oh, Smithers.
They still mock me of Smithers Parrot. To this day! To this day.
Alright, well, my drink is empty, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I now have wireless headphones, so I'll still be able to hear you, but I'll be away from my microphone.
Okay. So you can now send messages directly to Baron von Sheepington without response. Three Tabaxi orphans in a trench coat, pretending to be one monster hunter. Well, member of the Golden Wake, but again, as Baron was saying, you shouldn't need to know any of this nonsense as we go into today's session, alright? You have to understand, to those...
Nothing to see here.
Oh no, you're doing crime. Favor 6, that's your crime noise. Fuck! I knew it! I can sense it when you're doing crime. I just want to point out that the gifted sub plus 800 bits, like Favor 6, that's a lot. That's not a small amount of money. So thank you, but also get fucked, you terror, for making Smithers Parrot the fucking Jarl. I will not hail this new Jarl. You can't make me.
Alright, remember everybody, never drive drunk, never GM sober.
Alright.
Today we're drinking a cider.
Ooh, very nice. I said I'm trying to give my body at least one more day of recovery. It's not been happy with me.
Yeah.
And Favor 6, it's got to be one of the Longship. There's no way Smithers Parrot existed separate from our bullshit. Get it?
Ow. Okay, you can stay there as long as you don't try to jump on the screen.
This is actually, this is the bit, friends. It isn't actually the return of MemNul. It's just me, Baron, and the cat for 3 hours. That's it. And that cat wants up that green screen.
This is the cat that does exist, not to be confused with the cat that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Sir Hans Wolf, thank you kindly. Sadly, River is currently snoozing, and I do not want to wake her up. But River gets all the screen time. Like, in lieu of an extra dog bed, we just have a fucking duvet on the floor here for River, because otherwise she just kind of lies on the floor, and I'm like, oh, big girl, that's uncomfortable. Just trying to think if there's anything else to be narrowing about before we get started.
How do we get you a scratching post and you still have insanely sharp claws?
Wait, did you get a scratching post or a sharpening post? Because they're very similar.
It's one of those like scratching pads. It's like the cardboard, and he's destroying it, but he still somehow just has insanely sharp claws.
The gift. Actually, I use those as alligator clip stands for when I'm airbrushing. Because the stands you get are expensive and crap, but the cat ones are fucking perfect.
Of course they are. No, Whisper is actually, well, he's part Siamese, part Scottish Fold, but he just looks like a Siamese. He looks like a Seal Point Siamese.
Okay. I always forget that there's more than just cat. Like, if you have a dog, people will be like, oh, what breed are they?
Yeah.
I see a cat, I'm like, boy, that is one cat. They come in 2 flavors, regular cat and bull bag.
Yeah, the breeder that Lucifer got Whisper from was trying to make Munchkin cats, because that's how you make Munchkin cats, is breeding those two species. And he apparently was the only of the litter that didn't turn out that way.
Oh, it's the short is the tallest short cat you've ever met.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey Wraith. I was a little worried that starting so late in the day would mean you wouldn't be able to get in on new MemNul, so I'm glad you're here, friend. I just real life's been very, very chaotic, and it's been hard to get the streams kicked off like before 2, and that is at a breakneck pace. So, and somehow I still managed to have extra technical problems after we got started. So,
We even did a tech test.
yeah. It's everything in production always takes longer than you think, even when you plan for it to take longer.
Yeah, the locations and NPCs should update live. At
Okay.
worst, all I have to do is reload the page.
Okay.
Which, when I pull it up, I tend to just refresh quick, so I pull in any new ones submitted during the session.
So first off, to Smithers Parrot, get fucked. But I'd like to point out, this is not the first time Smithers Parrot has been given a sub. That is a 3-month badge. Fucking criminals.
I think that account got created literally the same episode that Smithers Parrot happened.
I mean, everyone except for me found it very funny. And Wraith, sorry you've been going through the ringer, friend, but hopefully you're feeling real better soon. And we get to do D&D with yous. So, and Wraith, did you check out Still Wakes the Deep? Because I feel like I need to personally apologize to you for that stream. Sorry, for those who don't know, Wraith is actually from Scotland and has been putting up with my bad Scottish accent for years. If you didn't see it, Still Wakes the Deep is a game that came out this week, and it takes place on a Scottish oil rig in the 70s, and it's perfect. It is a perfect game.
In my other campaign I've been playing, I've decided that all dwarves, instead of being Scottish, they're all from Minnesota.
You know what? It tracks. It tracks. God. I tell you, I had the biggest "do you need a hug" moment this week with someone at Eurogamer got hands-on with an early build of the Hobbit game that's coming out, where it's not a combat game, it's not a kind of Lord of the Rings trilogy game. You are just playing as a bunch of hobbits in Hobbiton before everything pops off. It's just a cozy being a Hobbit game. And I forget the individual, but they wrote a whole article about how, it's so... the game is so happy they hate it. Like, the idea that it's too sweet and too nice. And I'm like, who hurt you, dude? Who what happened? Like, we've got loads of grimdark Lord of the Rings stuff going on. Like, let the hobbits be hobbits, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Wraith just says thank you. Please, everyone, be more creative with your dwarves. It's also, they have usually the softest Scottish accents as well. Like, if you're going to make them, like, Scottish dwarves, like, not this Edinburgh nonsense. I want, like, unintelligible Invercargill. I want the North Islands. I want them to have to do translated English subtitles for proper. Oh, okay, Megaboss, that works. Just different accents for different dwarves.
Yeah.
But yeah, Wraith, with Still Wakes the Deep, I was trying to explain the different colloquialisms and the different regional accents of, like, Midlands, North Scotland. And for a place that fits into most US states like 17 times over, and yet so densely packed with different like culture and accent, is fascinating. Fred says the Dark Elves should do Leet Speak. Fuck off. Okay, here's the thing that I never got. Just from a weird standpoint. Like, the Drow accent is usually like this, like, over-the-top, like, British, like, villain voice for a predominant amount of it. I'm like, okay, so they're underground dwellers, very, very enclosed society. Like, they would have the weirdest accent of anyone. Like, I'm talking Yorkshire, I'm talking, you know, like, fucking Boston Harbour. Like... Now, okay, Australian does work when you think about the spiders, but... I think about that far too much, as I have too much noise in my noggin. Oh, Moose J. Okay, Hill Dwarves, Minnesota. Mountain Dwarves, Deep Kentucky.
Ooh.
Okay, Angelos, see, same brain cell. If you want to cut off from everyone in the world accent and you don't have the guts to do Geordie, you're a coward. Drow's Geordie, let's fucking go. AR says Finnish because they've been isolated for hundreds of years. I couldn't possibly comment.
Those news.
Fuck, that's good. Birmingham Drow. She's from Birmingham. I don't know, Birmingham couldn't do the double L's. It's Lilloth. Down over there, it's Lilloth. Actually, it does work, doesn't it? Fuck. She's from Birmingham. Alna says they're going to put a Drow episode of Biker Grove. Human city dwellers get a New York accent? Yes. Or, as Sir Hanswell says, yeah, like a Bostonian accent. Look, I understand the reasoning behind it, you know, like, the way in which fantasy media has been shaped has kind of given us this archetype whenever working from this sort of stuff, but I don't know. Yeah. I feel like we could have some fucking fun with it.
I also think it's really funny when people, like, throw a hissy fit that they're, like, people of color elves. I'm like, does the sun not exist?
Is melatonin just made up now?
Yeah. I did this, I forget who it was, but I saw a video from somebody that they were talking about how boring humans are in D&D and such. And so they're like, what if in your world, humans are the only ones with adrenal glands? So they're the only ones that get adrenaline when they're in danger. And so you could do, like, when combat kicks off, there's a couple different ways you could do it, but, like, they get +1 to speed, or, like...
Okay.
Or, like, as they get more and more in danger, they can, like, they move up in initiative. But then, like, they take points of exhaustion once it wears off.
Okay.
That's really cool.
I've seen luck being used a lot.
Yeah.
But that's... it's a fantasy version of the humans are the orcs theory.
Yeah.
Like, stuff... We do dumb things that shouldn't work, but it does because there's some innate force of stupid luck that we have. It can't be pointed and it can't be weaponized, but through idiotic belief, we sometimes make it happen. And Fred says that it would explain an awful lot of how humans act in fantasy. It would.
Yeah. Also, the Humans Are Spaceworks subreddit is fantastic.
Oh, sorry, different take. Oh, yeah, so the idea that, for other races that adrenaline just makes you feel bad. It doesn't make you don't get the whee!
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
We feel like that in like amusement parks would make no sense to any other race. They're like, why are you voluntarily doing this? You're jumping out of a plane intentionally?
Yeah, and Mega Boss, I have seen that predominantly that's like the big defining feature of like halflings and stuff. It's just shit tons of luck.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, so friends, we're gonna get started in, let's say, 3 or 4 minutes.
Works.
We'll go for top of the hour. If you want to go get a beverage, if you've got any I guess quick questions and whatnot, now is the time. Because we are about to get fucking going. Actually, and I need to put this stuff away, because if we're not starting as Emberlin, then who the fuck knows what's gonna fucking happen?
Good, make sure I actually have that doc pulled up. I do. All right.
It's just a picture of my face and kill this guy.
Also, well, you should probably actually load Roll20.
I did.
It doesn't show that you're in the game.
Oh. Okay.
But maybe that's on my end. I have had it open for like 2 hours. Yeah, there you are.
It's weird that they... Nah. I'm getting Roll20 ads for Roll20 stuff, and I'm like...
Yeah.
There's the fucking emote.
But...
Oh, there it is. It's alright, I'll bring it over in a second. I don't want to confuse the new people and then be like, what's the city state of Tajima? Oh, well, it's like this.
Yeah.
Just end up increasingly unhinged explanations of Emberlin Burns, would-be Sky Pirates enthusiast.
Bull riding is such a weird sport. Actually, apparently a couple of my cousins were bull riding champions for a while.
And the goal is still to just stay on as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
So weird.
And for like years and years and years, the record was like 4 seconds, and then some dude realized like when bulls are bucking like that, the front shoulders basically don't move. And so he just scooted up onto the shoulders instead of on the back, and he stayed on for like 30 seconds. And everyone's like, what the hell? And then that became the new meta.
Ah, the Fosbury flop of endangering your janglies underneath a gigantic beast who has also had their balls in a vice as a form of enragement.
Yeah. Like, it's kind of a messed up sport, honestly.
Okie dokie. I think we are looking good across the board.
I don't know why I didn't just bring the 6-pack over here. I'm gonna just grab the 6-pack.
Get like a little bowl of ice or something, Get fancy with it. Wraith says there's no good sports involving bulls. You've never heard of sexy minotaur jousting. And no, I will not explain any further. Fuck. Oh no, Dorcas, Duke the Duke's adventures in hell. That's what we're gonna get. Oh, Wraith! How dare you? How fucking dare you? I played Hades. I stand by my statement. The bull's the only good guy.
And Moose, I actually have only ever met those cousins once, so I have no idea how often they say "not my first rodeo."
I found a T-shirt that says, "It's only my second rodeo," and I think it's unfair to think that I would have this figured out by now. 2 rodeos is not enough time. Okay. American football, but one team is only Bulls. Immediately better. Immediately better. Okay, badminton, it's still 2 people, but there's also a bull loose, and the bull's allowed to do whatever it wants.
They've actually done some experiments that they took, and it was like 50 college students and put them in an arena.
Yeah.
All just standing perfectly still, and then they set a bull loose, didn't touch any of them. Like, he just ran around them until it calmed down.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Also, that sounds like my kind of science. But Doctor, what will you do if he attacks the children? Then I will have a very funny day. Indeed, Megaboss, the Airbud clause. There's no rule saying bulls can't play sports. Will, do you want to watch a whole day of cricket? Nah, I'm fine. Do you want to watch a whole day of cricket where one person at random is swapped out for an enraged bull? Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Alnus, same brain cell. Yeah, imagine football, imagine soccer, but there's a bull loose. And the bull cannot be harmed in any way. That's the caveat. The bull is law. I still think badminton would be the best one though, because you could do like the ping up shots and then run for your life. To balance this out though, I love the fact that cow cuddle therapy has taken off in the US. That there are places you can go to where you just give some farmer $20 and you can just have a nap with cows and they're just fucking fine with it. Okay, friends, it is almost the top of the hour. So, let's see if I can do this without fucking up.
I killed the music on my end.
Oh no, because I can mute you and me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So.
I forgot that we figured out the flow state on this.
Yep. Okay, friends, Longshipians, and those who are about to roll dice. It's time. Hello!
Oh, I forgot I added that.
Grab a bevy! It's gods.
All right, first of all, we are no longer sponsored by Roll20, but, we still use it. The music is done by Death Metal Kyle, it's challenged Kyle Sevenoaks on basically everything.
Yep.
And the background music we're using is by D20 Music, or Music D20 on Patreon. We're allowed to use it as long as I'm subscribed, and I say that every time. So yeah, welcome to MemNul. It's gods. Normally, you would be continuing the adventures of one Emberlin Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. But this time, at least for the first chunk of this, you will not be playing Emberlin Burns. You will instead be playing... Where is my recap notes? Vanguard Astrazar.
Astrazar, okay.
You do not get a character sheet, because I'm basically not going to make you roll anything. We're playing a newly minted member of a cult. The cult is the Curse of Anguish. Raises every member to be blindly devoted to the leader, but as a sign of respect, they stop saying her name. They only refer to her as the Revered. This has been going on so long that most of the members don't actually know her name. You're tasked with interrogating members of the Golden Wake who you're paying for information.
Okay, so everyone is chanting, it's a cult! Cult, cult, cult! Yes, we are playing a cultist. No, I'm probably never going to live this down. So we're a cultist. What was our name again? It was...
Vanguard, which is your title, Astrazar. A-T-R-A-Z-Z-A-R.
A-T-R-A...
Z-Z-Z-A-R.
Z-Z-A-R. Astrazar!
You are a young black-scaled dragonborn, roughly 6'6", and a slim but muscular build, recently graduated training and are put into active duty upon a frigate known as the Talon. Your specialty is shipboarding. Your slim build and speed make you ideal for swinging or being thrown over to the enemy ship and engaging in combat until the Talon can properly shackle to the ship and have the heavy soldiers and mages come over.
Okay, so, yeah. A dragonborn ship-to-ship combat specialist working for a cult, and we're interrogating members of the Golden Wake.
So we will get into that. Any other questions before we kick off?
So a dragonborn, Astrazar, good fighty. I feel like we're a bit, I don't know, maybe a bit full of ourselves. We feel pretty uppity. Okay, I can do this. Friends, do you have any questions before we get started? Usually we wouldn't be given a character like this. This is a first. So I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to find my center.
Yeah.
Dorcas has already worked out what's about to happen.
And you have a Coke. Only if you have Coke on hand, because I cannot bring you a Coke, Lizzie.
No, Shadows. It's just I've had a lot of coffee.
All hail the cult of the Longship, officially sanctioned by Will.
Don't know the name of it. Thank you for the bits. Okay.
Wraith, you were born into the cult.
Okay. So we are absolutely dyed-in-the-wool believer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, relevant questions, Jackie. Okay. And yet, Lizzie, we've let notifications play. Okay. All right. The intrusive thoughts are loud, but I think we're ready to go. Okay.
All right. So you are down in the sleeping quarters of the Talon, with you and the rest of your fellow Dragonborn of varying colors. When the door swings open and you look and see the captain of the ship, whose name is Naka, she steps in. Everyone stands at attention. She looks directly at you, and she says, Astrazar, the revered smiles upon you. Fall in.
And on you. And we fall in step.
You start making your way through the frigate. This is a pretty decently sized frigate.
Okay.
There's roughly 40 people on board.
It's a sky
kind of a
ship.
lot for. Yeah, it is a sky ship. You know, generally things about the world, like the world is flooded. There are city-states, things of that nature. You've heard rumors about like the non-cult members' gods. Haven't been talking to them, and so there's somebody doing a crusade. So you have general knowledge of the world, but nothing hyper specific.
It's totally made up gods, am I right?
So Naka, as you're walking beside her, she hands you a stack of papers and says, "You have been tasked with interrogating somebody who are paying for information. I know you are not part of the interrogation team, and that is on purpose because they tend to be a little bit overly zealous, and since this one is volunteering information, not extracting information from him, we have decided that you will be doing the investigation."
You want them alive and unharmed.
Correct. Our mission, as we are known, or as you know, the Revered has sent us after someone known as Emberlin Burns, and on the front of the first paper, these appear to be dossiers. And I can read them to you if you would like, or I can post them to the Dice and the Get More Dice channel later, and you guys can read through them there.
What do we know of this Emberlin Burns again?
So, the Revered wants him brought to her. It is not your place to ask why. Owner of a ship called the GWS Epoch, Tiefling, mid-30s, claims to be someone called the Queen of Embers, he claims is a god. He is also a registered hunter with the Golden Wake. Despite all reports of him being a bit of a bumbling oaf, he has made many powerful allies and amassed a crew of skilled warriors. All signs of him dropped off the map about...
Emberlin Burns? Never heard of him, but he sounds handsome.
He dropped off the map for about 7 months. But we are getting reports that he has been seen again. The GWS Epoch also seems to originally belong to an Artem Knackle who designed and built it himself, unsure of the connection.
He got a handmade ship from Ackham and disappeared. Okay, well, let's see who this person is.
And the rest of the dossiers appear to be of the rest of his crew.
Okay.
We also have... Where is... As you're walking, she also tells you, your informer is Walter the Shiv Wengelbus. He's an older gnome. He's been part of the Golden Wake most of his life. He's getting a little too old to go out on hunts, so he was starting to transition into a more administrative side of the guild. In doing so, he found a bunch of records and reports on Emberlin and Company. When he got word of the Curse of Anguish was looking for information on him, he sought us out,
Okay.
and offered info for a rather large sum of money.
Now, is he here now, or is the Wengelbus coming?
He is here. He is in one of our rooms at the bow of the ship.
Thank you.
He expected us to haggle when he told us his price, and we just said yes, and so he willingly came along.
Interesting. I think I have all that I need.
All right. Good luck, and may the Revered smile upon you. And she opens the door.
And on you. So, hang on. Let me prop this up. So, as we walk in, I pretend to go through the dossier. I'm absolutely not paying attention to any of this. So, Mr. Wengelbus, was it?
I prefer if you call me the Shiv.
Ah, Mr. Wengelbus the Shiv, is it?
Sure, whatever.
And he's sitting down at the moment.
Yeah, it's standard interrogation room. There's he's in a chair facing you. There's a table in front of, and then a chair on the other side, presumably for you. Yeah, he's a gnome. He's getting up there. He's pretty much salt and pepper at this point. He's got a bunch of scars on his face, including a pretty decent one along over his eye.
Okay.
He's got a mug of something in front of him.
Okay, we're going to do a little round of the table around him. Just, once again, I'm absolutely not fucking reading any of this. I'm just pantomiming it.
Yeah.
So, Mr. the Shiv, Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Hopefully retired somewhere on the Floating Isles.
Ah, and that's why you volunteered this information, is it?
I said a number that I thought people would absolutely turn down, and they said yes, so, here I am.
Wonderful, wonderful. We stop circling him and give him a firm stare. So this
He seems completely unmoved.
Look, it's only funny because he's volunteered and we're not actually doing a proper interrogation, so let's have some fun with this. Give him a long stare. So, what is your relation to this so-called Emberlin Burns and their so-called herald of so-called embers?
I saw him in passing once. I don't know how he got guild membership. Looks like kind of a wuss, if I'm being honest. And people keep claiming that he serves some new god that's the goddess of smoke or something.
Huh. But isn't it also true that at the moment, the Crusades are going on because apparently the so-called other gods aren't talking to anyone right now?
So they say, although, if you can believe the Emerald Shield, Orfel, the goddess herself has begun speaking to them again, but only them, apparently.
It's awfully convenient. Okay.
And chat, in case you're not catching on, this is so that people who have seen all of these can ask in-depth questions, and people that want general knowledge can ask questions.
So, let's get into the paint. Roughly, how long has it been since you've seen this Emberlin Burns? And I actually settle down to take a seat.
Because since I saw him, probably, I don't know, 3-4 weeks.
Interesting. But I believe, wasn't Emberlin missing for a good while before then?
Yeah, he just dropped off the face of the world for about 7 months. The rest of his crew were taking his ship around and trying to guerrilla warfare fight the Emerald Shield, but he just showed back up one day. I never got a good explanation of where he was or why he's back suddenly.
Interesting. And where did you say you saw him?
He was... Hold on, sorry. He was in the Floating Isles originally.
So that would be over here. Sorry,
I never drew.
Yeah, zoom you all in on the overworld map. Hopefully you can see that clearly. Okay, yeah, no, I got you. Oh, what are you drinking, by the way?
Whatever piss you guys call ale. Oh, fucker. What was that, Berlin?
God, let me get to it. I'm getting there. Well, I'm sorry our alcohol isn't to your liking. It's a valid question. Get to it. And to all of your lovely selves, whether or not our Dragonborn is also saying all of that out to themselves as well, that's up to you. Darn it, I lost my train of chaos.
Where did you last see him? You saw him on the Floating Isles.
Indeed. And so if his last seen on the floating... You last saw him on the Floating Isles. Do we know where he went missing from beforehand?
He went missing from the Floating Isles and then reappeared back roughly the same place, so I assume he was just hiding out somewhere in the city.
Indeed. Or perhaps caught in a little time shift. But, curious. God, I should have got myself a bit. What's wrong with the ale? God.
Well, it's incredibly weak, presumably because we're on a ship and they don't want you all getting drunk.
That is also valid and fair. How would you describe Emberlin Burns? Master tactician, idiot aloft, fool tumbling through success.
Incredibly lucky idiot.
Interesting. It's not what I heard. but that's fine. That's fine. Okay. What else do we need to know? I kind of want to mess with this guy. So the problem is you've given me carte blanche to play with this. I'm like...
Yep.
Okay. So you said the rest of his crew have been taking on varying roles. Is this just because we've seen the Epoch flying around? Is this because... I don't know. Are they coordinating attacks? Is the Golden Wake operating like a military these days?
They have banded together and formed a kind of pseudo-military. They don't have any one country backing them, but since the Golden Wake is all across the world, they have pretty extensive resources and can take safe harbor in pretty much any island, except for Andreth.
Indeed, indeed.
From what I've been told, we've completely evacuated for Andreth.
Because of the Emerald Wake.
Yes, that is where their main temple is. And so they have taken that as their base of operations, and all of the Golden Wake members that we could get out have gotten out. The Emerald Shield has imprisoned all tieflings because they think they are, hellspawn and responsible for all bad things in the world, apparently. We do have a few members that we know were taken captive there because they stood up to the Emerald Shield.
Has there been much fighting, or was it amicably... Was it an amicable coup?
There was a bit of fighting. The locals, the non-military people, untrained in combat, raised a bit of a stink, but when you've got an entire army of war turtles who all have trained their entire lives to be a fighting force and effectively a police force, there's not much they can do against that.
Mm. And when Emberlin re-emerged, was they with anyone you recognized? Anyone you could describe?
I mean, when he showed back up, he was with all but one of his, or I guess all but two of his former crew. I've been told that one of his companions, little kobold named Hex, we for some reason made a member, is now flying a ship that's actually just a mimic.
A mimic?
I don't know how that works.
Ship.
It is a ship that is a mimic that he has befriended, and as long as he keeps feeding it, mostly people, it just does what he asks it to.
Using my tail, I take his drink out of his hand, sniff it, and then pass it back to him. Okay. A mimic ship.
Before that, he was using a mimic as a weapon.
You understand, we're paying you for this information. We're not paying you for story time.
Like, oh no, trust me. I didn't believe it either. But I've seen that thing. It's terrifying.
Oh, I'm sure
he was feeding it at one of the tables. He just threw it a hunk of raw meat, and it just...
And if it's supposedly as large as a ship, what is he feeding it?
Mostly Emerald Shield members.
Of course.
There's also been rumors, I don't know how substantial they are, that he's taken down several Leviathans. Those giant flying terrors that hunt ships for fun.
I am fully aware of what a Leviathan is. I'm checking to see if you are grasping my tail and pulling it.
Oh no, believe me, I wish I was, but we have apparently captured several Emerald Shield ships simply because of him and his mimic ship. He registered it.
As in...
It's now the GWS Toothy.
The ship's name is Toothy. Of course the ship's name is Toothy.
Apparently since then, since the mimic's gotten so big, it's spawned several offspring.
A fleet
one's
of
called
mimics!
Stabby and one's called Bitey, apparently.
Stabby, Bitey, and Toothy, that...
He's not clever at naming things.
We walk out the room, without saying a word. We close the door behind us, and just pinch the bridge of our very lizardly nose. Is there anyone in the corridor? Is it just us?
There's a guard that's stationed outside.
Guard, please come here.
Yes.
No one else has been in to see this gnome before me, have they?
Just me and Naka.
And you don't happen to have a large pouch full of hallucination-inducing powders on your personage, do you?
He kind of looks left and right and then goes, not on me.
Save me some, I will need it later. And
Nods.
then takes another deep breath and heads back into the room.
He has gotten up out of his chair.
Stabby and bitey!
Yeah, there's a small cask over in the corner that he's now refilling his drink from. Yeah, I didn't believe it either. If I hadn't seen the mimic weapon eating meat on the table at the guild hall, I wouldn't have believed it either, but all intelligence says that it's correct.
Okay. Let's not focus on the details.
Yep. The only other member of his crew that is not currently with him is General Mina, who was once the leader of the Golden Wake until she turned us back into a council.
Interesting.
Yeah, she terrifies me. She's hot, don't get me wrong. She's really hot. But she apparently also does have some mild lycanthropy and is now claiming to be the avatar of an elder god.
I woke up this morning and I thought, it's gonna be a good day. I'm not gonna have to deal with made-up gods or a fleet of mimic ships, as you suggested. And apparently I was wrong. Okay. So, the rest of his crew, which, just side glancing into the notes. So the red-headed Stormbreaker and the War Turtle are still with him, yes?
Yeah, the Stormbreaker has been with his crew for quite a long time. Initially, he hired her to help go on a hunt, and the War Turtle is actually a bit of a turncoat. He used to be part of the Emerald Shield, but I guess he broke his paladin vow, and his god cracked his shell, and then we've been told that this Queen of Embers took him on as her high paladin and sealed his shell back up.
Awfully convenient, that's all I'm going to say.
I don't know. I've seen him fight once. He was... I don't want to be standing in front of him when he's swinging that thing.
Okay. Friends, is there anything else that... Because I'm just kind of getting the where were they, where are they? And we're going to get a bit more information on the Golden Wake, but if you've got any questions, hilarious or otherwise, just throw them in chat, alright? So the Golden Wake is now operating on a council status, but also essentially as a disembodied military force against the Emerald Shield. Is that correct?
Correct. Most of the city-states don't have enough of a standing army to actually fight back against the Emerald Shield. They're just enough to kind of defend themselves. And so while they are defending themselves, we, the Golden Wake, have started taking on a more offensive approach. We do not nearly have the numbers that the Emerald Shield does, but we've been making some good progress. So far, the only city that they've actually fully taken is Ferandrith.
Okay. And in your opinion, how would you say the conflict is going?
At the moment, it's on a bit of a standstill. They keep trying to attack some of the other cities, but Tajema has completely locked down its magical dome. The Red Isles, the locals know the rocky terrain too well, and so anytime they get attacked, they are able to just outmaneuver and surprise attack the Emerald Shield. The Green Spires have inexplicably started growing a lot. The reports are that this Emberlin Burns managed to wake another one of the Elder Gods, and it just started growing these massive trees. They were about 200 feet tall. Last I heard, they're now rapidly approaching 350.
Interesting. Without saying anything, we walk back over to the same keg that they were using, unhook a tankard from our belt, and just quaff a pint without saying another word. Pop it back on top. The green spires are growing.
Yeah, I mean, they're already alive, but...
I understand how
slowly
trees
growing.
work.
Well, I don't know how you cultists operate.
It's going to be a good day. Praise to the Exalted One. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for myself, but I've been told you can literally...
It was never going to be a good day.
You can actually sit there and watch them get taller.
Throughout the course of a day.
Yeah.
The green
Like,
spires.
start to grow new branches. There's apparently... last I heard, I think like 37 new major branches that they're able to build on, so real estate business is booming.
My word. And speaking of the Red Isles, aside from the ground fighting, has there been any news from there via the Golden Wake?
Last I heard, Autumn Industries was working on some new technology that they've been testing over on the Red Isles, and that's primarily what they've been able to keep the ships away with.
Interesting.
Some kind of new walking mechanical something that's got pretty decent guns on it.
Interesting. Sounds like Artem's flavor of carnage.
Yeah, they claim one of his old rivals came back and they made buddy, and that's why they've started developing new stuff. They've also, that means they've stopped making ships, which made a lot of people very angry, but you can't really tell the guy that's making them to make them. He just does what he wants.
And Artem is assisting the Golden Wake primarily.
Primarily. It seems like at the behest of Emberlin, from what I've been told.
Interesting. So, it really does strike me that currently, Thranduil is, while being held, is essentially locked in a stalemate. What do you think the Golden Wake is going to do? Sorry, my apologies. What do you think the Emerald Shield is going to do in response to this?
We've heard they've been amassing some of their forces around Thranduil, presumably resupplying, restocking, repairing, that kind of thing. And it seems like they're going to start going city by city and just take each one out, or take them over rather, and then eventually have complete control over the world.
Interesting. And sorry, you mentioned these so-called elder gods that have been awakened. How many of those do you suppose Emberlin claims to have reawakened?
Somewhere between 4 and 6, I think.
God. Exalted one. Why the Exalted One? Okay.
Including one that apparently has just been going around hunting Leviathans.
Of course. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
Yeah, we've gotten reports of basically a giant bat just snacking on Leviathans.
Fascinating. Friends, have you got any more questions for this guy? Because I think we're coming to a close on the interrogation part. How do you propose the Emerald? I mean, if you had to do it, just trying to put myself in the Emerald Shield's mindset, how do you think they would breach to Gemma? I mean, that magical shield is no joke. That's the entire defense and infrastructure of the whole Ruddy City.
Yeah, I mean, the shield, you can't really breach the shield without destroying it, since most of it's underwater. But, I don't know, get one of their high priests, ask their god to open it up for them, maybe? Force it open?
Their gods. Okay, Laris, I can work that in, but I need to work that in as our exit. So, if anybody else has any other questions before we ask about the pantheons, and Alnus, is Artem making mechs? I don't fucking know, but it fucking sounds like he is. Which would be awesome. Again, I know as much as you do, friends. In fact, there are many of you here that know more about this than me, and I'm fucking sitting in a chair, so... Artem's making beast mechs. Yeah, that sounds like... Legend was saying that they're making it based on Emberlin's recommendations. Yeah, that sounds like an Emberlin move. Okay. Okay. Okay, so with an eerie air of calm, we sit back down in front of the gnome. It's like, okay, so I want you to take me through a few things. What you say we have these elder gods and these current gods that may or may not talk to people. What's the difference? Take us through this so-called pantheon of gods and so-called elder gods.
So we, that are not in whatever weird cult you all are in, have always known that there are a pantheon of gods that represent things like knowledge and life and death and the storms and things like that. And we know they're real because they talk to us. Well, the priests and sometimes other people. We had visions of them. We could directly ask them to perform tasks for us, and if they aligned with their vision of where the world should go, they would do them. Theoretically, if they nudged us in the right way, we might be able to unflood the world. But those were more just modern gods. These new ones that Emberlin's claiming are waking up that started with his deity are more base aspects of things like fire, the hunt, nature, things like that. And they seem to just kind of do whatever they want. They're more like beasts that happen to be incredibly powerful than sentient gods.
Fascinating, fascinating. Okay, thank you for sharing that with me. Will you indulge me some creative license here, Baron?
Yeah. Oh, and one more thing before I finish. Last I heard... sorry.
No.
Blanking on the name of the place. Do.
Is there anything else that you feel that we need to know?
Last I heard, Emberlin was making his way down to Deladar in the southwest. Something about trying to get into the Underdark. I don't know why you would want to, but...
Of course. Thank you for all your information. We almost purr with an icy cold. There is a long pause, and we step out of the interrogation room. From the guard's perspective, covered in viscera. Just covered in viscera. Guard, do you have a towel and some of those hallucinogenics? I am in great need of both.
I think I can do that. And he holds up this giant sack of money. He goes, I assume we won't be needing this then?
I mean, do you want to pay a heretic for half an hour of insulting our gods? I don't plan on pantheons of gods. Very idea.
Yeah. Good enough. Let me go get you a towel.
Thank you. Sorry, it was just like, whew, we weren't playing as the good guys there. Well, like, you've been told you have to talk to this person who's going to volunteer his information, and even though we know that what the gnome was saying is correct, from this guy's perspective, he just got told, one, his god's not the only god, and that this Emberlin Burns character is flying around the world and doing these impossible things, and then there's a mimic that ate a leviathan, and also there's not only the gods you know about that you know are wrong, there's also a whole new bunch of gods that you didn't know about, which are also right. Yeah. When was the last time we played the good guys? I don't know, I saw him as a baddie. Okay. Fucking yo! MemNul!
Woo.
Woo! No murder! Woo!
So yeah, if we want, we can do a recap of what happened with Emberlin last episode.
Would peeps like that?
R.I.P. Mr. Wangbus.
Yeah. He, where he saw himself in 10 years and where he is, very different things. And Loris, thank you for the bits. Yes! So, Lizzie Wraith, Legend, and everybody would love to do a proper last time on Emberlin Burns' flying road trip of poor decisions.
So last time, you got a new companion, the awakened Corgi Knight, who is the herald of Kamarta, the awakened god of nature.
He's a big corgi knight. I don't know what else you need to do.
His name is Reluxus, or Mr. Truffles, and he insists that if you use Mr. Truffles, it's Mr. Truffles, not just Truffles.
Yes.
His owner died in the woods, and he stood beside him to guard him. Kamarta saw this as, appreciated the dedication and to him, and so he awoken him and made him his herald. And he is now helping Emberlin and company go out and awaken more gods.
Emberlin and Mr. Truffles, back to back, side by side, heralds together. Yeah, I've unpacked my stuff. Got to put my fucking in there.
Amber is still with you, Amber Stormbreaker, and Sharsu, who, after becoming the High Paladin of the Queen of Embers, has turned his war pick into a enchanted crystal engine-powered war pick that he uses to pierce the iron shells of the Emerald Shield and basically cook them from the inside.
It's brutal, and we love it.
You also know that Sharsu used to be a pirate. So he was pirate turned paladin turned other paladin.
Yes, Amber, our bagpipe-playing, storm-breaking bard.
Sir Mr. Trufflupagus.
Sir Mr. Truffleupicus. Damn it. No, it's just Mr. Truffles. Sir Mr. Truffles. Sir, I don't think my piety is in question, but I am indeed a good boy.
You were using your god killing. Oh yeah, you also killed the trickster god.
Thanks. Yep. It needed to happen.
Yeah. With the help of your deity, the trickster goddess had confronted you since you had escaped from her labyrinth that she trapped you in. Your god showed up, basically shoved her hand into her chest and held her there while you beheaded her.
We have a god-killing axe, as you do.
Yeah.
There's no way this story ends badly.
You also were making your way initially down to the dwarven city that is built into a mountain that hypothetically has a way to get to the Underdark. But on your way, you found a floating island that your axe was also pointing to might have one of the old gods. And much like some of the other floating islands throughout the city, it was trying to blink in and out of existence, but something was holding it there. It wasn't allowing itself to be taken into wherever the islands go when they blink out of existence.
Yeah.
You did a fly around the island. Excuse me. There was a castle in the middle, and then there were like all circled around it were these 3 gazebos, each one having a statue of what looked like a petrified person who were like huddled over and guarding something. And when looking through like the cracks, you could see there were chalices in each one. You couldn't tell if there was liquid in the chalices, and all the chalices appeared different. Upon landing and going into the castle, there was like this is also a huge island in comparison to the other ones.
Yes.
There was a like 200-foot wide moat with bridges going up to the front door of the portcullis. You went across. When you knocked on the door, somebody basically appeared behind you and asked you what you wanted. You explained who you are. They welcomed you in and started leading you through. Everyone there was incredibly pale. You're not quite sure what race they were. Maybe elves, but they look kind of weird. But they all like stopped what they were doing and bowed at you. And also the only one that actually seemed to be doing anything other than just kind of moving around was the blacksmith.
Okay.
You walked into the main keep of the castle, and unlike everything else, which was very drab and very gothic and very foreboding and instilled this sense of awe, the entire hallway was covered in flowers and various plants growing and like incredibly bright carpet. And standing there in front of you was a satyr who just said, "Oh, this is going to be interesting." And that's where we ended.
Okay. So, big floaty isle, satyr, Operation Get to the Underdark.
Thank you, George. Yes, so your god-killing axe can help you locate gods by basically giving you a vision of which direction to go in. Reluxus also has one of this, but it's just a stick.
It's just a stick because he's a good boy. He's such a good boy. Okay.
So that is where we left off.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, I think I'm going to take a bio break because it's been almost 2 hours.
I was about to do the same thing. So yeah, you go first, then my turn.
All right. I will be right back.
Okay. So yeah, hopefully, if this is your first time watching all this nonsense, that's enough to get you in the pantheon spirit of things. I forget if we covered it, but the TLDR of this strange little world was thousands of years ago, or hundreds. Time is weird. The great dragons, one enraged that the other had been slain, melted the ice caps, sinking most of this world beneath the waves. And so, like, Ferandrith, which was the city we started out in, was originally just a huge mountain top. And so what they did is they burrowed down into the mountain to create an underground city. To Gemma, that's where the wizards are at, and they made a water shield. The Red Isles is most likely the first dragon's corpse. That's how huge these beasts were. And there were some other wizards who tried to do some cool shit, so a lot of the floating isles was an attempt to lift these islands up using, I guess, time magic or something, which fucking broke them. Some of the floating isles are fine, but others of them blink in and out of time.
Yep.
The green spires were basically these huge trees that grew up from the water, and now there's fucking loads of them.
And specifically, the two dragons that were fighting, their child, like they were partnered, and their child was killed, and by the leader of the lower lords, basically the demons of this world, and he convinced each of them that the other one killed it, and that's why they were fighting. But they were equally matched, so they couldn't kill each other, and so they're just like, fine, you go to the North Pole, I'm gonna go to the South Pole, and they melted the ice caps.
Yeah. And yeah, Toby, it has kind of like it's Magitech skyships, and it does have that. It was Wind Waker, which was the world of water. I mean, I'd say Pirates of Darkwater, but that's just fucking me. But yes, if you've got any questions about like world setting or otherwise, ask Baron. I'm just going to nip to the loo very quickly.
Yep. All of the ships, well, not all of the ships, most of the ships are sky ships powered by magical crystals that grow on the floating isles. Artem Knackle, who you have met and originally built your ship, learned how to harvest these and make flagships out of them. Your ship is different. All the other ships are either blue or green crystals. Yours are red. and you found out that your ship is the fastest ship, and he may have used a little bit of blood magic to make them. The city you guys were originally heading to, Deladar, was a dwarven city built in a mountain. They've built basically as the waters were rising, they built a tower that still sticks up out of the water, but then goes into an underground city underneath. You've not been there yet. That's actually the only city you have not been to. Just a little bit of blood magic, as a treat. Any other questions? Feel free to throw them out. If there are things you have known, I will inform you. I think I mentioned it once in passing, like in episode 3. That's what Deladar is. You've also been told you're trying to wake the old gods, effectively to create a critical mass of, once you wake enough, the rest will all awaken.
Okay, I have returned.
I'll come back.
Yeah, blood magic. Nothing goes wrong with blood magic. Emberlin's keen on not researching things before interacting with them. Psh. I was given a very specific task. Be the Herald of the Queen of Embers. I was not told to be the researcher nerd of the Queen of Embers.
And every time you've tried to go into a library, it's not gone well.
Just a little. Just a little. One would think the problem was in fact with libraries and research. Okay. Gotta get into that Emberlin mindset. I was like, okay, so we're setting a scene. We've just come through this long corridor, like covered with beautiful flowers and bright colours and all of this. From this island of people who are all a little bit not there, but not hostile, just weird, except for the blacksmith.
No, I mean he was also polite. He was just the only one that was doing it. That appears to be doing anything. Nobody else was like carrying food somewhere. The rest of them were just kind of like milling about, not seeming to have any particular jobs or errands that they're running on. Yeah, everyone seems very pale. Their ears are kind of pointy like elves, but like I don't know, they're not elf ears you're used to seeing. The person that originally brought you here, that appeared behind you, was very tall, very gaunt. Seems like they're in pretty good shape, but not like, look at how jacked I am, and was wearing incredibly nice clothing.
Okay.
And yeah, you've just gone from this like dark, gothic, awe-inspiring architecture, and then you open the hallway and it's just like flowers.
Huh. Well, I guess it's time to open this adventure back up with a traditional greeting, with the most ostentatious bow in full pantomime. Greetings! I'm Emberlin Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, and your island appears to be blinking.
Yeah. Before we do that, I am required to do something.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, you absolute chuckle fuck! No! No! Fuck you! Why?
As I can.
What the fuck? Ow! Stop hitting the button! I hate everything about this!
Okay, now I'm finding out points.
Oh, fuck you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't move! I'm trying to count these. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It should have been 9.
5, 6, 7, 8. And there's 9.
I was trying to get enough to get 10 before this, but I didn't quite make it.
Absolute bastard. See if I can angle this. We're finally back! We're finally back! And this is how... Hang on, I'm actually going to take my headphones out. No! What the fuck? 10, 11, 12! No! 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 Fuck off, right? Fucking 12! Well, now we have today's title, Will Overguard and the Dozen Dabs. Absolute bellend. Absolute bellend! 12! Fucking 12. Don't fucking stretch. Can't break anything. Be proud of yourself. Hang on, angle the camera up just a little bit more. Absolute bastards. Fuck you. Can't believe you've done this. Fucking 12. Ha! Pa! Cha! Ha! Pa! Cha! That's 6. Ha! Pa! Cha! That's 8. Ha! Pa! Cha! Ha! Pa! Cha! Absolute bastards, the lot of you.
You took away my ability to counter them, which is what I was saving them for, so you didn't have to dab during a MemNul, and so now you have to do all of them.
The counter dab broke. That was the problem.
Mm.
We kept having a situation where people would counter, and then nothing would happen. Like, I wouldn't see the alert, we wouldn't see it.
Gotcha.
Everything hurts and I'm dying.
You're welcome.
Well, you had my fanciful greeting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to find...
Set this fucking island on fire. Hey, Emberlin, you seem to be moving erratically. You're alright. I'm gonna pay for this tomorrow. Okay, So here's the question. Which of these 3 clipped versions, the Dodecuple Dab, the Dozen Dabs, or Will Overguard and the Dozen Dabs, which will become the most popular clip? Start your, I don't know, embarrassment of Will media campaigns now.
And then, Will, if you want to update the title of this week's episode is just Hunger.
Ooh. I will. You know what? I'll get that and the number from you when we're at the closing ceremony.
It is episode 16.
Episode 16. Memory equals 12. Oh.
Hi, Sasha.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
Sasha's very.
I'll update the stream title and I'll make sure that's what we have it for YouTube.
Cool.
Okay. Now, where were we?
You just gave a lavish hello to the fawn, and the fawn turns and does a very similar ostentatious bow and goes, "Welcome. My name is Deck. And what brings you to our humble abode this evening?"
I'd love to tell you it was something of a quest of great importance or a mission of a great value. We merely observed your island not doing so well, so we came on in to have a look. And now we're here. I'm not telling him about the god thing, alright?
Yeah. The person that was kind of guiding you, or he turns to the person that was guiding you and he goes, "Naimi, I assume that you are taking him to see the master?" And he nods. "Well, I think I will accompany you." And kind of steps out of the way and gestures this way.
Episode 16, Big Dick Energy.
What you did there, I saw it. Yeah, the master, not at all worrying. Emberlin just turns to Chaosu and Mr. Truffles and mouths like, "What the fuck?" Before turning around and immediately resuming the faux regal styling.
I think as you do that, you look and you see Rolexus, aka Mr. Truffles, has just buried his nose in one of the flowers and is just like,
Ah!
he's like, "Yeah, decorum."
Yeah, Truffles, come on. Go, go.
You're walking for quite a while. Like, this castle was huge. Like I said, the island itself was like 2 or 3 miles across, and this castle took up most of it. And so you're going through long hallways, each of them just like covered in flowers.
Okay.
Until eventually you get to this massive arched double doors that are like, 14 feet wide and probably 20 feet tall. Apparently Naimi, who is the person who was leading you, does the Aragorn and pushes open the double doors and they creak open.
Calling that the Aragorn.
And now this room is back to being very like dark and gothic. There are a bunch of like what are they called? There's like pits with like fires on them to like the room.
Yeah.
It's a little smoky in here, but you can see up at the top there are some like vents to let the smoke out.
Yeah.
It is primarily completely empty except for this very wide, very nice plush red carpet going up to a raised dais upon which appears to sit like a mummified person who's just like sitting there kind of slumped over. And behind them there's a probably 20-foot wide pit.
Oh, good. This seems fine and not at all bad. Note to self, make special code with Chaosu when we feel like we're about to be in fucking shit.
Razors, thank you.
But aside from, the Satar and our guide and, mummykins up on the dais, no one else around? We're all good? Just...
Nope. No one else in this place. There's a couple of, like, side doors that are probably, like, servants' entrances, but that's about it. And both your guide and the satyr kind of step off to either side of the door and just kind of gesture for you to approach.
I look at, like, Chaosu and Mr. Travels shrug and, like, stealth shrug and then just kind of, like, follow my instructions heading on up.
Amber is also with you.
Oh, yes. So basically I've just been shitty and rude to Amber all afternoon.
I assume you also did the story as well. But...
Mummy? Sorry. Mummy? Sorry. Good thing about mummies, they are flammable. I'm not reminding myself of my spells. No. So, yeah. Attempting to hide it as best I can, Emberlin approaches the raised throne. Yeah, desperately trying to not look like this freaks them the fuck out.
I should also, on the back wall, there's also 2 massive tapestries that appear to have writing that you do not recognize on them.
Okay.
It's... I'll say this music is not fitting.
It's very peaceful. I mean, we just murdered a guy in an interrogation to what basically accumulates to spa music. I love it.
Yeah. As you were approaching, the only thing you can hear is the crackle of the fire and the braziers. Thank you, whoever reminded me of that word.
Mm-hmm.
Harmonious. And your own footsteps on this incredibly clean, incredibly nice red carpet that's going up to the raised dais.
Insight check. Are we going to get pushed into a pit?
The two people that were with you have stayed by the door.
Okay. I'm actually more worried that there's less people in here, because it means whatever we're about to talk to doesn't need backup.
Naime, the guard, has stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and the satyr is doing one of these, like,
We're either entertainment or snack.
Yeah. So you approach, and you get within, 20 feet of the dais or so before you kind of feel inclined to stop.
Okay.
The petrified corpse in front of you is dressed incredibly well, but because they've, like, dehydrated, their clothes don't really fit them anymore.
Okay.
And you just kind of look around for a minute. Also, this is probably the funniest looking encounter because there's this shriveled corpse, a bright red tiefling, a red-headed human, a war turtle, and a corgi in armor.
And an armored corgi, like an upright knight, but corgi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shadows, I'm getting some Big Mom Ra vibes.
You also do notice that the mummy does appear to have very similar ears to all the people that you've encountered outside.
Okay. Just turning to the satyr and just being like, so is the master in the room with us right now, or... and I let the note hang as long as possible.
He just smiles, and then you hear movement coming from the pit.
Oh, good.
Turning back, you look, and from this pit emerges this massive albino snake. And it just rears its head up behind the dais. Meep. Like, its head is probably a good 8 feet wide. It is a huge snake.
I am saying that Emberlin Burns lets out an audible meep. What do we do? What do we do? Emberlin just tries moving side to side a little bit to see if the snake is watching him.
Very clearly, yes. Like, it's just locked onto you.
Fuck! Try speaking to it with your mind. Fuck, what do we say? Should we introduce ourselves? Is the last action Emberlin's gonna do being snacked on? Oh, no. Sorry, I thought I had a really good idea. Yeah, I don't have a better one. So, after kind of wobbling back and forward to check the snake's movement, going like, I assume you must be the master.
It rears its head back and looks like it's about to strike when the mummy in front of you says, "Down, girl." And you suddenly realize the head has looked up and is staring at you.
Okay!
The snake stops, like, very obediently, and he says, "Go back into your hole. I will be there soon." And the snake just turns and slithers back down the hole.
Emberlin has frozen, kind of like a Scooby-Doo cartoon, unsure whether to chortle run out of there or whether to like start throwing fireballs. Just like hello?
He looks past you and he goes, Naomi, if you would, and just kind of gestures. Naomi nods and then like turns on his heels and heads out. He stands up almost like shakily and weakly.
Okay.
And like kind of cracks his neck. I forget, did you introduce yourself?
Not this time round, no.
Okay. I guess. I'm Adular. And you are?
Willing every part of their body to unfreeze, Emberlin, with the grace of an awkward teenager, goes, Emberlin Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers.
Rolexus is the next, steps forward and kind of politely bows and goes, Rolexus, Herald of Monata. And Charsu says, Charsu, High Paladin of the Queen of Embers. And Amber doesn't bow, she goes, Amber Stormbreaker of the Stormbreaker Guild. And at this point, you hear footsteps coming back into the room. And it is Naime and a woman who appears mid-late 20s. Very long jet black hair that is down.
And yes, Wraith, you do represent the part of Emberlin's brain that is usually right. Okay, I acknowledge that. We should have poked the corpse. Sorry, we didn't. Okay.
The two that have just re-entered just walk past you, and the woman walks in front of him and like gives a very polite curtsy, and then turns around to look at you, and then pulls her hair back and like presents her neck, and he just bites in. And as he does this, you see his flesh start to like come back to life. It's still kind of gray and off, but he like fills back up so that his clothes fit him now, and he looks healthy. He's very handsome. After he is done, he releases her and kind of wipes his mouth. She stumbles a little bit, and then he catches her, and he goes, "Thank you, child." And she turns and she politely bows again, and the two of them, he helps her like back out the room.
Oh, good! It's Adular and the island of Capri-Sun.
You notice she is also very pale, like everyone else that you've seen here, except for the satyr.
Yeah, because she's a walking juice box. Sorry, please continue. This is the Emberlin panic.
He's kind of like adjusting his shirt and stuff now that he's like fits his clothing again. He goes, "My apologies. It has been about a decade since I've fed. What brings you to my island?"
All right, what do you know? What do you think, friends? Because, so if I remember correctly, the Mr. Truffles' stick or Emberlin's axe did point us towards this isle, and the isle was kind of like vibrating, kind of like almost like it was fighting being held in this time zone. So, I'm not asking if that was tasty. And Harmonious was thinking a lich. Oh, would that have been better? I'm just trying to think about how much fucking trouble we're in.
And yeah, like I said, now that he's revived himself, he's a very handsome man. He's probably like 6'2", very slim build, but he looks very much like he's in shape.
Okay.
Jet black hair, which is pulled back into a bun, much like Nine's is. I think his final thing is he like adjusts his cufflinks. He's dressed incredibly well in these like deep reds that then are very contrasted with how pale his skin is.
Okay, so Dorcas, Lyris, and Wraith kind of all have the same idea, which is let's be direct. But Dorcas just has a sprinkling of murder on afterwards. Adular, Apologies for my lacking composure. I'll get straight to the point. We have been tasked by the Queen of Embers to awaken the old gods. And, if I do say so myself, we've been rather successful so far. And we do not know where, we do not know whom, but we have reason to believe that this island is somehow connected to the elder gods themselves.
Yes, they are indeed. Tell me, what domains does your queen command?
I know this. I wrote it down. I should have wrote this down.
Seeing if you can find it first, or if somebody in chat remembers first.
Probably them, because you'll take better notes than me.
Yeah, Dorch has got it.
It's fine. Dorch just plays the memory. Their domains are... the Queen of Embers is the goddess of fire, rage, and rebirth.
He cocks an eyebrow and goes, 3. It's mighty ambitious of her.
Well, something's worth doing. It's worth doing loudly.
And tell me, has your goddess told you her original name?
What do you reckon, friends? Do we tell him, or do we keep it kind of... Does Vampire McSnacky Neck need to know that? Like, is he quizzing us, or is he testing us? Okay. Yes, she has. Full stop.
Amber pipes in and goes, so you're a vampire? And he goes, no. I am the vampire.
Oh, good.
I am the first.
Oh, good.
But where are my manners? Would you like to join me for something to eat? And he kind of gestures to one of the side doors.
I mean, I would love to continue this conversation, but we ate so much on the ride over here, and then I shoot a dead-eyed look at the rest of them like, fucking no. But I'd love to continue our conversation elsewhere. No, fucking eat the food.
As would I. This...
Oops.
Oh, no.
He goes, as would I. This place always is, good for my rests, but I do feel it a bit pretentious. He, at this point, he notices how vibrant the hallway is. He goes, I see you took me up on my offer to redecorate. Not what I would have gone with, but all right. The satyr just does this incredibly elaborate bow. He goes, if you would follow me, and he starts making his way towards one of the side doors. Your satyr friend, Deck, also falls in behind you.
Okay. Might as well continue. Just don't eat fucking food!
The satyr, as you're making your way there, sidles up beside and he goes, so you are the Emberlin Burns, are you?
I have been for some time.
I have heard rumors about you in the Fae.
How does my reputation precede me?
Well, someone owes me a bit of money, because they didn't think you were real.
If I realised I could be cashing in on my name, I should have done it sooner.
See, we like to take bets with each other on rumor and hearsay, and then some of us find out if it's true or not.
Well, let me let you in on a little inside secret. The Leviathan mimic is real. It's the most horrifying thing I've ever seen, but it's real.
Noted. I will have to start a new bet. And then you continues the rest of the way in silence. After a while, and this hallway is also like just covered in flowers. Like it's almost hard to walk in here because there's so many plants everywhere. All of them perfectly in bloom, by the way.
Okay. And yes, Famous Six, today's credits will be hilarious.
After a while, you've made a few turns here and there. He opens the door and walks in.
We have more people coming in! Oh, yes. Lizzie, if you could fill Wolf in. Wolf, I hope you had a great stream. It is lovely to see you. Yes, we're doing D&D. No, you don't need to know too much to get involved. Lizzie and Peeps can fill you in. And I hope you had a great stream. So, yeah, grab a bevy. Come join us. We've got god shit to do. Baron.
You enter a small, well, not small, there's like a medium-sized room. There's a table with about a dozen seats around it. At the far end, there's a fire roaring in the fireplace. He makes his way around. He sits at the head of the table and gestures for you to sit. The Satyr deck goes up and takes the seat to his right. Do you sit?
I mean, he's gestured for a seat, you know. We're going to keep the manners pleasant and just be ready to fireball the shit out of everything if needs be. So yes, we'll take a seat.
Goes, you said that you were trying to or sent here seeking the old gods, right?
Yes.
He goes, well, if you are here to wake the old gods, that would be me.
You? Sorry. That came out almost immediately. You're one of the old gods.
I am one of the oldest gods.
Please don't take this as rude, but the other elder gods we encountered were primordial. They were aspects. You know, the aspect of the hunt, the aspect of the forest, so on and so forth. Oh shit!
Yes.
Yeah, hang on. Let's inside check that shit. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Give me that inside check.
Totally.
Also, first roll of the stream.
First roll of the stream. We're back, baby. Now I have to remember how to use new roll 20.
Yeah, they changed a bunch of stuff.
Yup. I totally know what I'm doing. Okay, character. Emberlin Burns. Boosh.
What?
Love to see it. And so, if it's like...
I believe you know you're inside as well.
Yes, we do. And we've got pretty much everything down.
I think we're just working our way through proficiencies.
Yeah, and it's just clicking insight gives us the roll, right?
Should.
Okay, insight wisdom. Fucking 6!
As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Whee! Remember when I rolled an 18 for the dumb game we played in the warm-up?
I mean, keep in mind, you can always make a deal with the devil.
Oh, if you didn't, Baron's had a new homebrew rule. We get one chit, right? Where we can turn any roll into a nat 20. But, in exchange, we make a deal with the devil, allowing Baron to turn any roll into a nat 1 at any point. Now, there's a part of me that wants to just do the push the button loads of times and see what happens. But that's the QA tester in me. No, Wraith, I think it's one deal per devil. So we need to find new devils.
It is one deal until I redeem it, and then you can make another one.
Okay.
So it's basically a token we pass back and forth.
Okay. And yes, Lyris is correct that when we started playing this, we knew nothing about our character sheet. We knew none of the numbers, none of the abilities, fucking nothing. We had to work that shit out.
I wonder if I can add... Okay, I know I can. I'll have to, between sessions, I'll have to see if I can add the, if you currently have the token or not, to your character sheet.
Okay. So far as we know, he is an Elder God. So I guess we would rephrase the question is, so what is your aspect, if you forgive my asking?
I am the god of hunger, and undeath.
If my goddess is the god of fire and rebirth, would that not put you two at odds?
Not necessarily. Undeath, death, and rebirth are all mildly different. They all have their place. I sense that you are ill at ease, which, given my knowledge of what my kind are perceived as, I can understand that.
I mean no disrespect, and your hospitality has been nearly flawless. You have to forgive us mortals for feeling like walking jars of wine standing around you.
No, it is understandable. Maybe it would help if I explained, and he just kind of gestures broadly, how I became this.
I just kind of like looking at you lot and looking at, Amber, Chaosu, and Sir Truffles. I'm like, story time? Story time? Story time?
Amber is like pulling out a notebook and a quill, and he looks at her and kind of chuckles, goes, Stormbreaker indeed.
The impossible story of Emberlin Burns that could not have happened but actually did, by Amber. It's a good title. It's a good title.
He goes, well then.
Oh shit, Ultrazini, right. He's not an elder god. He is an old new god. Fuck, that's fucking cool. Okay. Sorry. I assume Emberlin Burns is making a bunch of faces while thinking this through, and then it's like,
Yeah, just.
I'm very sorry. We would love to hear your tale.
Several apparently servants, all just as pale, show up and put glasses in front of all of you, and uncork a bottle and pour each of you a glass of wine.
I'm gonna hold off on the wine.
Darcy picks it up and sniffs it, goes, oh my, and like takes a sip and then goes, oh my, and then takes another sip.
Oh, thank you so much for the wine. Chaosu, what happened to not eating the food?
So it's fine, I think.
I just lift the glass. Ah, well, thank you. And I just stare at Chaosu, just like see if he keels over or not.
Oh, no. He's not looking at you at all. He's just sipping in this wine now. He goes, a millennia ago, I was not this, nor was I in charge. Power was in fact thrust upon me, unfortunately. I was a blacksmith apprentice in a town on the edge of an empire that has died thousands and thousands of years ago, that you probably would never have heard of. One day, a scouting party of what would eventually become, I believe they're called Gnolls now, attacked my small town. Of the couple hundred people in this town, only myself and Merrily, the daughter of the local baker, took up arms against them, trying to fight them off. Which we did fairly successfully. There was about 6 of them. I killed 2, snapped off the end of a spear of another one. He then plunged said spear into my chest. And he unbuttons his shirt a little bit and shows he's got a circular scar directly over his heart.
Okay.
At that point, they overpowered Merrily, who I was quite fond of, and they drowned her in the river that separated our town from the rest of the empire. As I lay there bleeding out, watching them drown her, apparently our bravery was contagious and the rest of the town fought back, killing all but one of the Gnolls, and the final one ran away. Luckily, our town had a very very talented healer and was able to pull me back from the edge. Merely was not so lucky. And the town, despite how young I was, decided that I would be in charge of the town and its defense. I decided to send out our fastest and stealthiest hunters to scout the area to see if there were more of these. One came back and said that there was an entire war band making their way towards us. There was no way we could defend them by ourselves. And there was no way that we could get any aid from the Empire before they got to us. I vowed that I would do anything I could to protect my people. Which is when someone approached me. Someone I did not know. He offered me the power to defend my people. He guaranteed that I would be able to defend my people. He did not mention the cost, though. I took him up on the offer. Unfortunately, I would later find out this was somebody much akin to the modern-day lower lords. He granted me incredible power, and I demonstrated this to the few scouting parties that tried to attack us before the main body got there. It was about then that I had the first pang of the hunger that our kind is known for. I resisted it. I even informed my fellow townsfolk what was happening and offered to banish myself once I had defeated this army. Wish they had let me do that. Instead, they demanded that I make them like I was, so that they could also defend themselves.
So what we know as your kind was, well, your people.
Yes. I reluctantly did. We were able to defend ourselves from the gnolls, and then we went back to our peaceful lives. We discovered we could subsist on simply feeding on livestock, and a small bit of water here and there. Other than that, we required nothing else. The Empire got wind of this and sent 5 legions to wipe us out. When they arrived, I went out alone to speak with the 2 generals that was with them. I offered that we were willing to exile ourselves. We would move far enough away they would never find us. And they were having none of it. I looked at my fellow townsfolk, and then back at him and asked, I begged them to not make me do this. And one of them drew his sword and swung at me. I snapped his arm, fed on him, and then fed on the rest of the 5 legions, leaving only one alive. I sent that one back to his empire to warn them. And then we packed up and we moved 2 mountain ranges away, hoping to never be found again. When they did finally find us, thousands of years later, a scouting party, 6 of my people offered to go out and gather intel on the world. I reluctantly let them, not knowing that those 6 also craved power. They created more of us, and those are the vampires that you know of today.
So everyone here is your first generation, if you will.
Yes. After a while, I discovered that I did not crave mortal's blood, but those of my kin, and so it does not kill them, but it does make them very weak. So one at a time, we cycle through the population, which is what you saw today. I tried to go as long as I can without doing it because I hate making my people suffer. Somewhere along the way, I realized I had apparently become a god. I was in charge of hunger and undeath.
Well, forgive me for being blunt. You seem very awake to me.
I was in hiding and, I suppose you could say, taking a nap. I intentionally removed myself from the world, but when the calamity happened, I did not want us to be in the liminal space that we kept blinking in and out of, so I anchored us where we are. I don't even know how old at this point, but I have gathered a great bit of knowledge and a massive library that allowed me to control what was happening to our island.
At the mention of library, Emberlin looks visibly uncomfortable. we don't need to go to the library, do we?
Not unless you would like to.
That's okay. That's okay. So please continue. Please continue.
We have existed in peace here since the calamity. We have a small bit of livestock that the rest of my people feed on, and we have tried to keep mostly to ourselves. Honestly, the fact that you have found us is kind of remarkable.
Oh, both myself and Sir Truffles have our... Without boring you with the details, we have...
He types in and goes, Mr. Truffles.
Sir, Mr. Truffles.
He kind of goes, that works.
We have our ways of finding the old ones. You know, Rafe, what we do is awesome. I don't know how much we want to say it. We're on an island full of vampires, and we are flamin' fucking yon here. So let's choose our words carefully. We're not going to the library, and no one's going home as a juice bag. Okay.
Would you like to try and roll insight again to see if he's telling the truth?
You know what? Sure. Is he telling us the truth about his backstory, about his adventures? Let's go for that insight roll. 10!
As far as you can tell, he's being very sincere and honestly seems kind of remorseful that he had to do what he did.
Filet mignon.
Filet mignon. Yeah, that's the one. Tieflings come pre-spiced. Thank you. Vampires are weak to fire. I'm not scared. Good point. Like, what have we got to...
Everything is weak to fire if there's enough fire. We've gone over this well.
2 seasons, I still haven't learned. If it wasn't for Gigantor, the fuck snake, I wouldn't be worried at all. We've got fauns and vampires, famously flammable. But, yeah, Ice White Murder Snake is still here. So let's avoid doing a cull if we can. Okay.
Shush. Would you like to roll nature on the snake? To see if you know anything about giant albino snakes?
You know what? This would be one of those, like Emberlin doesn't remember where they heard it. Like, you know, it's a fact they heard in a pub, or like, you know, the modern day equivalent of, I saw this one TikTok about gigantic albino snakes. Watch this be our nat fucking 20 in the night. Okay, nature. Intelligence. No modifiers, just a straight roll. 13. Snake sure is fucking big.
I mean, you do know albinism is a thing. It's a pretty big snake.
It's a really big snake.
Like that's a massive snake, but also, you know that dragons can be like the size of cities. So like in this universe, giant things are not necessarily they're uncommon, but they're not unheard of.
Okay. So obviously, thank you for telling me your story. It's just when we've communicated with the other gods, they have needed something from us. You know, in Green Spires, we had to, awaken a great beast, the god of the hunt. Oh boy, that will haunt me for a very, very long time. But
Oh, yes. He is fun.
he ate a leviathan. I did.
Also, he was not the god of the hunt. He was the god of the night.
I was god of night. Sorry.
He just happened to be hunting because he was hungry.
Yeah. My apologies.
Giant bat be hungry.
Giant bat be hungry. Yeah, Carl. Carl's great. Fucking love Carl. Yeah, no, Carl was big deer.
No, Sakena is now effectively inhabiting Mina's body.
That's it. That was the great hunt that we got from the
Labyrinth.
Labyrinth. We didn't fuck with the goose though. I just want to point out, we discussed, negotiated, nay, befriended a beast of pure animalistic hunting instinct. But the fucking goose? No, we didn't fuck with that shit.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, so Sheila's the god of the night, Carl was the god of the forest, and Sakena was the god of the hunt. That was it.
Yeah. Sakena appeared as a spectral, giant smoky wolf with a skeleton head.
It was great times. We were high as balls.
Yep.
So Vanderbeest, right? I misspelled that will hunt me. Okay, so
You just said normally they need something from us.
So far, we've been the instrument of change, either bringing them something or inviting them back into the world. I don't see what we can do for you. Your people seem peaceful. I can't imagine what we can offer you.
It says peaceful, yes, but not incapable of defending ourselves. Each of those here are just as, if not more powerful than any vampire you have ever heard of.
Sorry, just an intergestion from the wine. I'm so sorry. Please continue.
Yes. For instance, the one that I fed upon earlier, I have seen her take down an adult red dragon by herself. It sought the knowledge within our libraries, and we said no. It attacked us, and she was having a bad day already.
I'm nodding, but unblinking, I turn to look at Amber. I'm like, yeah. Again with the library.
Amber is just frantically writing.
Oh. Okay, exactly numbers. That's why the meat was weird. I swirled it, sniffed it. Actually, probably smelled pretty good. Actually, now I want red wine. That's not the point.
The wine they poured you is red wine.
Of course it's red wine, they're vampires!
And because white wine is disgusting.
It's functional. It's functional. Okay, so they are scary. Okay, hang on. This is one of those record scratch moments. So here's the thing: if we're not here to awaken, the god of the hunger, is this our devil's bargain? Because it'd be really fucking hard for the Golden Wake, for the Emerald Shield. Thank you. To do fuck all against Island de la Vampire. And the other gods are essentially being held on mute at the moment.
I think at this point the satyr, whose name is Deck, goes, "Tell me, Emberlin, what is going on in the world nowadays?" And he looks over at this ancient vampire, and the ancient vampire just shoots him daggers, but says nothing.
Oh yeah, so I guess once we Well, dear Deck.
Are you there, Deck? It's me, Emberlin.
It's me, Emberlin. Simply put, the world is on fire. Quite literally in some places. Intentionally and unintentionally. I can tell you the factions and the players. We are inevitably wrapped up in the large conflict going on. But ultimately, you know, ours is the will of the gods. The current, newest set of gods.
He raises his eyebrow. He goes, "There's a conflict. Sorry, I've intentionally cut ourselves off so that nobody is tempted to attack us, and nobody is tempted by our power."
As a god yourself, I don't know if you if you converse with the other deities, but did you ever meet Delpha?
He just gives the biggest sigh. Just. Yes.
Well, what can best be described as the last... Jesus, Chasu, how long has it been? Sorry, by the god of embers, how long has it been? Like, it's a year? Half a year?
He goes, I mean, with you blipping out of existence for a while, it's been probably about a year.
Okay. Well, Delpha decided that things were far too dull, and decided to load us all like dice in a cup, give it a good shake, and then see what happens. Delpha managed to organize a ridiculous conflict going on between a religious order and the other group we belong to, the Golden Wake, kind of monster hunters for hire, if you will.
As I'm aware of the Golden Wake, yes.
And them and the servants of... Fuck!
Orifel?
Thank you. The servants of Orifel, the what is it? The Emerald Fart or something. Emerald Shield are at arms now because apparently all the gods are wrong except for their gods, so they're running around kicking everybody's ass because it's everyone else's fault that their god stopped talking to them, but that was actually Delpha. Delpha's not around anymore.
He and the satyr just, like, give you the, like, I'm sorry, the fuck what look?
Yes. It was a little bit personal, I will admit, but I was trapped in Delpha's maze of mischief for...
it's about 7 months.
7 months. Thank you. I like to imagine that that's Chelsea reminding me of how long fucking time has been.
Yeah, 7 months.
3 months. Thank you.
Agilo leans forward. He goes, "So that is God's blood I spill on your weapon."
But it was not spilt without reason, and our goal is still to awaken the Elder Gods, not to battle them. We have not been tasked with god slaying. Delpha was a special case. She locked us in a labyrinth of ever-changing rooms. It was personal.
He leans forward and kind of steeples his hands in front of him. Goes, "So you're saying there's now a group who is trying to subjugate everyone to worship their god and their god alone?"
That about sums it up.
Deck, who looks very pleased with himself, just goes, "Sounds like we could use some ships." Adular just again shoots him daggers. Just like, shut the fuck up.
God, we don't even know about the other organization of people serving their god who want to kill everybody else that's wrong. Oh, they just struck me that there's another big player. We haven't even met him yet. We want to throw vampires into this mix? Fuck, I want to throw vampires into this mix. And thus we unleash another plague upon the world. Yeah, but it'll be funny as fuck. Oh, and yeah, some of the Dragonborns want us dead as well.
You say that to him?
But yes, but with like a forehead slap as well as... Oh, yeah. And then there's also the Dragonborns that are hunting. But that's hunting me specifically.
At this, like, he stops shooting daggers at Deck and goes, "They're hunting you specifically."
Yeah. It's been a very busy year. It's been a very busy year.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
Yes. Come on, perceiving something. 17!
He leans back in his chair again, and he is kind of tracing on the table with like a fingernail. And you notice he appears to be like gesturing signs on the table. He goes, "Do you know why they're seeking you?"
Dorchus, you're basically playing, well, and Wraith as well, and Lyris, you're basically playing my memory right now, so I'm just going to search the memory banks.
And as he asks this, and you are trying to remember things via Dorchus, he finishes something, and you see his eyes flash ever so slightly.
Alright, if I can't think of a better one, I'm taking Wraith's line. I can hear Dorchus rustling through papers.
Honestly, Dorchus keeps better notes than I do, so... Shit, I had to fucking watch the last 5 episodes at double speed to make sure I remembered everything that's happening. Because I just don't take notes.
Okay. So, as Wraith, I'm just a popular guy. All I know is that they have been seeking me. We got word to the Golden Wake that they've been trying to find us, and it strikes me that the Dragonborns wishing to find me is probably not a good thing. So, I've been trying not to stay in one place for too long.
Can you roll an insight check for me? Your rolls are slowly getting better.
Yep. But only when they don't count. You wanted, was it insight?
Insight, yeah.
Ah, 23!
That's not even a nat 20.
It's not even nat 20. It's a dirty 20. Dirty 23.
You know it is so slight, but you've been staring at this guy so intently.
Yeah.
You notice the edge of his mouth twitch up into the tiniest smile for a fraction of a second.
Okay. So he's been scratching some sigils, his eyes are flashed, and now he's grinning. So he's either very happy that he can fight some Dragonborn, or we've just been super cut. Oh, because he fucking hates Dragonborn, because they used to be... So, what was it? Maybe. Let me ponder that one.
No, the things that attacked him were gnolls. not
Gnolls.
Dragonborn.
Shit. I thought we were on to
Or
something.
what would become gnolls, because the gnolls kind of evolved after a while.
Yeah.
Khajiit as ways if you have coin.
Right now, Khajiit needs to not be in the room because it is a scary vampire off and people get eaten. But thank you, Connie, for the bits. Okay, so we know the Dragonborn interest him. So we mentioned it, he smiles, is like, do you have a history with the Dragonborn as well?
He leans back. He leans back in his chair. He almost does the Skyrim yawl, like, lean back thing.
Yeah.
He goes, "Not particularly. In passing, I've met a few." And Deck leans forward and goes, "Can your conscience withstand another genocide?"
Make does not understand what is so impressive about shouting. Make can shout whenever he wants.
And Deck was saying this to Adular, to be clear.
So I'm just just gonna look at Chaosu again and be like, you know what? No, I'm looking at Chaosu to see if he is either visibly wobbly or asleep.
No, he's just been sipping on his wine.
Okay.
I think you look at him, he's like, you should really try this. It's fantastic.
Oh, thank you. So I take a little sip of wine, and then almost as if it cropped up into my head whilst it was saying, oh, that is very nice. Sorry, another genocide? Another genocide.
Your head hits the table. No, I'm kidding.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah, and again, Adular is just like giving him a death glare.
Welcome to Beletha's Ways. Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second.
Oh, hold that thought. And yeah, Lizzie, if you want to give Hot Dog the quick brief on MemNullian nonsense. You were saying?
He... Actually, roll a persuasion check for me.
Okay. Persuasion... Ooh. 20. It's dirty, but it's 20.
He, like, just, again, one of those massive sighs and goes, a while back, somebody found us and asked us for help saving them from an invading force who was planning on wiping them out.
Okay.
I refused because I did not want to tempt my people being around mortals. And they were completely wiped out.
And you blame yourself.
I alone could have stopped them. But if I take action, my people tend to want to follow, and can't exactly control all of them.
Well...
Because despite what my people are perceived as, I very much do believe in free will.
I can understand. Well, I did not come here to seek aid specifically. I did not come here to ask for you to engage upon in the world and risk what you've made here. But my task has been to wake the old gods, and I think I'm starting to understand what the Queen of Embers had in mind. There are ways... The Golden Wake predominantly... Golden Wake, my word. I'm going to slip of the tongue, I'm going to get so many people killed. The Emerald Shield have taken Farandrith as their own. It is already a city under siege. They are a predominantly war turtle-based religious order. And they even went so far as to obliterate their previous leader, for he was not enough for their current thirst for conquest. Currently, this is not a conflict spilt out across all the Isles. And if you were ever going to allow your people a modicum of freedom, keeping them contained within one city would definitely be viable.
He just rubs his temple and then stands up and turns and just kind of stares into the fire.
But again, this is not something that I am asking of you. My task is simply to awaken the old gods, and it seems that introducing you back into the world is my task. How you choose to do that is your own. Should you choose to stay neutral in all of this, I will respect your wishes.
Deck clearly just poking the wound. She goes, "You can't stay still, can you? You have to." After a moment, he says, "I will pose it to my people, but if they are to go out, they must take the mark."
The mark.
Yes, and he turns back to look at you. And thus far, he actually had not had a glass in front of him, but he grabs a glass off of a shelf and pours himself a very large glass of wine. And takes a big old swig of it. Forever ago, we have discovered certain magics that can be tattooed on the body. That some of them expand your abilities, but I finally found one that would make it so that we cannot spread our disease further. At the time, I offered this to my people, and they all rejected it. But I am their leader, and I will now put my foot down and say, if they want to go help in this conflict, they must take the mark. And Amber's like, "I'm sorry, you say magic tattoos?" He kind of chuckles and goes, "Yes."
What? Sorry. An entire system of magic which we could engrave upon the person that... And you said they predominantly make people more...
They do various things. Primarily, a lot of them allow you to cast spells without consuming your own energy, or make you more persuasive, or make you harder to perceive, things like that.
Emberlin audibly slaps their own forehead. And that's why the Red Dragon was so determined to get into your library.
Yes. Could you imagine an adult red dragon covered in these marks? They do not have to be very big. Do you know how much skin a red dragon has?
They would crack the very world. There'd be nothing left.
Sorry, just raise it. Can we ask Fire Mom if we're allowed to get a tattoo?
Oh. I was trying to think of what we could get as knuckle tattoos. Ember Champ, I think, might be about it. Ember Boss. Yeah, we'll get Queen of the Embers tramp stamp. Oh. Oh my word.
It is getting late. I will offer you rooms. You may stay here. I will gather my people and discuss with them.
I think it would be rude to refuse your hospitality at this moment. So
he pulls a bell, and a servant shows up.
He goes, the servants
would you please?
Us.
He goes, "Would you please provide rooms for our guests?" And they nod and leave.
Could we just take a brief second, because in my quest to hydrate and be a sensible fucker, I desperately have to piss.
No, I'm about the same, so yeah, go for it.
Okay, and I will swapsy tradesies.
Yep. So I'm hearing train. Train? 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 Holy shit. All right. Well, that's a
Train.
well then. On behalf of Will, thank you, Lyris. So we're already at level 6 hype train. I feel like we need more epic music for this. Bad Hot Dog, is that a Spider-Man 1 reference? Oops, I'm not telling you how close you are to the pit goal. That's the point. It's secret.
What the fuck happened? I went for a piss!
Yeah, and we started a train.
I fucking... Alright!
We rolled for initiative, and you didn't. So we get a surprise round.
And there's Big Train again. Fuck. What did we do last episode?
Like I said, I think you tried to resize it so it would fit better, and then like you slipped, and it was funny, and so we left it.
Fucking alright, thank you. Jesus, it's already at 6?
Yeah, you should go up and read through the notifications.
Okay, reading through. So, to a bad hot dog, Watto and welcome. This is MemNul. It is basically me and all of you lot playing a character together. I see Baron. I see J-Post. Lyris, thank you kindly. Bad hot dog. Wait. Lyris, what the fuck?
There it is. All right, now I can go pee.
What the fuck? Fucking yo! I was... Fucking hell. No, I was going through everything and I was like, wait a second. Is that a comma? It turns out it fucking was. No, numbers, thank you. Lyris, fucking draw! And yes, I don't think Lyris is going to get unseated, so all hail New Jarl Lyris Dragon. It's got to be all this. It's all the dragon talk, wasn't it? It was all the dragon talk. Oh. Holy shit! Holy fuck! We got the Cloud District. Technically, a hot dog everywhere is the Cloud District in this place. Most of the islands we're hanging on is just floating. No, it wasn't a challenge. It wasn't. I just meant that that's a very big number. I just meant that that's a very big number. Thank you kindly. Fucking hell. The battle music absolutely fits. Holy shit. Okay, the train has concluded. Holy shit, that was a very big number. Holy shit, thank you.
Yeah, I felt like battle music was appropriate.
No shit. Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Just, but, Lyrus, there's still a massive amount. Fucking hell. I just fucking breathed. Okay, Lyrus, it's a huge amount of money. Thank you so much, alright? Thank you. And I hope you're enjoying the return. It's fucking good to be back. Been 1,000 years.
I shared this with Will because it broke me, and so I'm going to share it with all of you. MemNul technically is 5 years old.
Yeah, we started this back during the Ket arc.
Yeah.
So yeah,
like MemNul season 1, episode 1, you were still crashing with Ket.
Yeah, I'm still sleeping on the couch. Yeah, years before the plague. Years. MemNul is older than the plague.
And I had hair, yeah. And weighed like 60 pounds more than I do now. Actually, I might have started losing weight at that point. Anyway.
But no beard, which was sad.
Yeah. Now it actually looks worse on camera than it does in person.
You need to get like some what's the stuff you use for your eyelashes? Mascara.
Yeah.
But for your beard, so it works in monochrome.
Yeah. I think the problem is it's fairly dark, and so it just kind of disappears against my shirt.
Well, no, right. Baron wouldn't be in color, but it's just the natural Baron aura that creates that that black and white aesthetic. Because that's not a green screen effect. That's just Baron. Like it's
a genetic disease that developed, and memory equals 5 confirmed.
Yeah, from that very first Thick McRun fast till now, like fucking hell. It's weird. Orchazini started to say you need to wear and the rest is like weird, garbled nonsense. But I can read Baron at the end of it, but the rest of it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
It's so strange. I didn't even know you could write those kind of runes in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, one more time. Holy shit. Like, Lyrus, thank you so much. The fact that you saved that up for now, Izzy. Thank you. Alright? Thank you. And I'm glad to be back, friends. But we have vampire plots to handle, and obviously a satyr with chaos in his heart. So, okay, I'm back. I can do this.
Is it an aluminium satyr?
Firstly, it's an aluminum satyr, and that's where the chaos comes from. So yes, MemNul does predate the GameWorks arc.
God, fucking Lucy about fucking pulled their eyeballs out trying to edit the MemNul arc for the podcast.
Yeah, I still feel bad because I don't know how bad it was to listen to, but being in the space with all of the GameWorks noise around was
just a fucking Mario Kart machine.
Fucking Mario Kart machine. Yahoo! Mario Grand Prix edition. Dorcas is just dying. It's just death.
I remember at some point, I was trying to do something poignant, and that went off the background. I'm just like, God damn it.
Right. Well, we did the Balu Bowl at your place, and that was still one of my favorite ones.
Yeah.
Also, Hail Satan.
Have it. I also haven't lived in that place for a while.
Yep. So what?
Also, this is technically the first MemNul in this place.
Oh, it fucking is, yeah.
Because we moved in a year and a half ago.
And we moved into this place like, end of last year.
Yeah.
You can tell that Baron's a new spot because you see where the deer is right above the subs. Definitely moved.
So I really wish I don't want to mess with my camera, and I might have to adjust it for next time. But there's a you see the tail?
I'm waiting for him to jump on the back of it.
No, he's asleep at this point.
Okay.
It's starting to get warm enough in here that he's like, no, I sleep.
Okay.
But also, the cat that doesn't exist is on the other pile, or the other side of a pile of blankets over there.
Well, okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Just, again, all of you, fucking thank you. We've gone for 2 seconds. Level 6 train, just kadoosh.
I didn't notice at first because I was reading something and I looked over. I'm like, wow, that pint glass is that's a red bit.
Red bits will do that. They do. Red bits and red dragons.
All right.
Okay.
So he has ordered someone to get your rooms ready.
Okay.
Stanza goes, if you'll excuse me, I must go and collect my people and have a conversation. This is way too upbeat for this.
Let's go talk to people about eating people. Now remember, vampires, it's time to go over etiquette.
This is my one beef with this is that they're all like named things, but they're like the legend of past. And I'm like, is this combat music or is it town music? Is it traveling? Like, I just need like a tag at the end saying
Jaunty
this
tavern,
is chill.
haunted tavern,
Yeah.
Again, Loris, thank you.
This is aptly named. So this one's called The New Gods.
Very apt.
He goes, so if you'll excuse me, I will go do that. They will come and fetch you when your rooms are ready. And he looks at Charsa and goes, I will have a couple bottles of that wine delivered to your room. And Charsa just like raises his glass like, thank you. He goes, Deck. Never mind. Just like leaves.
Just no, never mind. Well, so Dortris, yes, because obviously it's full of cool shit. Something bad's gonna happen. With library cursed. I don't like the idea of leaving Amber here. It's not that I don't trust our host now so much as it's still an island full of very hungry vampires, and we are the absolute best charcuterie board you ever could have asked for, and we just arrived. So
yeah, you do know he has stated that they very intentionally only feed on livestock, and he has to feed on them because his vampirism mutated.
Indeed. Doesn't mean I'm not nervous. But, well...
You look over and Reluxus is just like...
You say charcuterie boards, I say fancy adult Lunchables.
Yes, but the adult is us. People. Thank you.
Yeah, so Reluxus takes a couple laps and then goes, ooh. What is this?
Oh, this is wine. Don't have too much of it, friend.
And he stops and goes,
Gonna have a drunk dog. just assume that his god's got him covered there.
Also, he is just normal corgi size, so he's like 2.5
thought he
feet
was
tall.
like a person corgi. So he's a corgi upright with a little.
He's just an upright corgi.
This is an upright dog. I'd forgotten that detail. I'm so sorry. I've forgotten that detail. He's just a little guy.
No, he was just a corgi that Camardo went, "You're sentient now, also I'm giving you thumbs so you can grab stuff." And you can stand upright.
A little tottery walk. He's just a little guy.
That's why I was saying that in the throne room, it was such a funny fucking thing, because Sharsu's like 6'1". You're like 5'8" or 5'9". Ember's like 5'6", and then just it's just a corgi standing upright.
Also, it's his birthday. He's a little birthday boy. It's his birthday every day. He's a little guy. So he's standing on the chair at the table, just going, blem.
Yeah, just... He kind of does those things like gnomes have to do, where like either they have to give them a seat to sit on, like on top of the seat, or they just stand, and he's just used to standing at this point. Also, him getting up into the chair every time is hilarious.
That's fucking great. Okay. So
You are left alone in this kind of small, or like medium-sized, almost like a private dining room. There is still a fire going. Deck the fawn, or the satyr, sorry, is still sitting there with you, looking mischievous as shit, because he's a fae. And just kind of...
Point of order, animals are already sentient. The word you want is sapient.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, sapient. You're correct. Deck is just leaned back and is kind of like eyeing you all and like smiling.
So, Deck, how did you end up here? Because the rest of the story we've been explained, but you seem to be a whimsical anomaly.
Oh, I chose to come here because I love the duality of Aladar. He is one of the most powerful apex predators that refuses to hunt. It's fascinating. He's resisting his innate urge to just feed on everyone. He knows if he feeds on you mortals, he will become more powerful every single time, especially if he drains you completely. But he refuses because he never, ever wanted power the first time. He was a blacksmith's apprentice, and now he's a god. You know how fun that is? You know how fun it is to poke him and try and get him to do stuff?
You know, Deck, perhaps more than any other creature on this soggy marble, I absolutely understand.
And on top of that, I do have a long-running, very profitable bet that if I can get him to do certain things, I will be... yeah.
So our timing...
He just like trails off into like 1,000-yard stairs.
So our timing has been very beneficial to you.
I mean, I've been here for a couple thousand years. He's also just a great conversationalist when he's not, shriveled on the throne.
But I did mean it. I had no intention of coming here to drag you all into conflict, even if it does bring you much mirth.
I mean, all conflict brings us mirth. You, on the material plane, are so much fun to toy with. But, given all of my recent knowledge and new things that I apparently need to place bets on, if you will excuse me, he stands and gives this very elaborate bow.
Oh, absolutely. Matching energy there. Let's go. Big bow. Big bow energy.
I will, I assume, see you in the morning. And he walks over to the fireplace and turns and faces you all. another very elaborate bow, and then just falls backwards into the fire and disappears.
I give a polite, slightly cheesy clap of appreciation, like I was watching like a little magic trick, like, oh.
So now your party is waiting alone, presumably for some kind of servant to come and get you.
Actually, AR, that was a good point. Like, but they didn't seem too fussed about the fact that I fucking killed Dalfa, so I'm not too worried right now. Yeah, Dorcas, I want to learn that trick. Like, just like fire teleportation. But it could be that, you know, if the Fae are the original tricksters, Dalfa's the I learned it from watching you! Well, was. Then all the old stab, stab. The Emberlin method. Okay, so I can't think of anything. Well, we've been kind of left alone, right?
Yeah, you're currently alone in the room. You're presumably waiting for servants to come and get you to take you to your rooms.
Friends, what if we go have a quick natter with that blacksmith? Because, like, on an island of vampires that have really little to do, why not go? Why not go say hi howdy? That was the thing that stood out as we were coming in. Or if you want to just nap time and then work on Operation Sweet Magical Tattoos. Okay. Dorcas, I mean, I was about to say, never steered is wrong. Same with Wraith and everybody. It's just sometimes I don't listen, so... we're not going to the library. That's where death lies. And Moose, that's a good point. We think we killed Dalfa. We don't know, but we know as well as we can. So just turning to the rest of them, I'm like, you'll stay here. I'm gonna go chat with somebody. I have an idea. And I, without waiting for a response or a retort, just quickly scurry off back the way we came in. So let's go see if we can have a natter with the blacksmith.
All right, Amber is just like trying to catch up with all the shit she's just learned.
Yeah,
he's just frantically writing.
That first draft, breakneck pace.
Actually, can you roll a perception check?
Sure. $22. Dirty 22.
You notice that you don't recognize what she's writing in, and also she's writing very, very fast. You think it's probably some kind of shorthand, which would actually make sense for bards that they're trying to write things very quickly. They learn shorthand, or some version of shorthand.
And it didn't look like the text we saw in the Great Hall earlier or anything like that, does it?
No, not at all.
Cool. She's probably thinking, thank the gods for shorthand. Boosh!
Yeah. So yeah, you stand up and like storm out, and you kind of go, okay, so we took a right, then left, and then a right, and then you're back in the main big hall, and then so that's at the door, and but yeah, after a minute, a couple times you have to stop at intersections and go, which way do we turn? It was this way. But yeah, you make your way back out of the keep, and you are back in that kind of courtyard area, and there's a blacksmith over in the corner, hammering away. The sun is starting to set, so you can see the fire is dying down a little bit. It feels like they're basically like wrapping a thought, and then we're gonna let the forge cool down.
Okay. So we're just gonna go for kind of like a polite, tottering greeting. Hello.
This is the first of all of the people that is not dressed super well. Like, it's serviceable clothing. He is also ripped because he's a blacksmith. He's not even wearing a shirt. He's just like got his apron on. And even getting close to the forge, if you were not a tiefling, this would be painful.
Okay.
His apprentice is standing there, who is like I mean, it's hard to judge because they're vampires, but you'd guess like young 20s if he were a human. And the actual blacksmith is probably lower 40s.
Okay.
The apprentice is like holding the piece of metal in some tongs, and he's hitting it, and then like the apprentice is turning it as he tells him to. He's barking commands, and like you hear like the ding, 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 and as you hear like hello, he's like 1 second, and then finishes, and he goes fire, and the apprentice shoves it back in the fire. They're both just sweating, like just buckets of sweat.
The temptation to flex here is very high, but as in like grab, like someone saying, like pick up on the coals and kind of juggle it like, oh, oh.
He grabs a rag and like wipes his brow and he goes, "Is there the visitor?"
That's me. Well, me and my band of merry misfits.
Well, given that you're not dead, I assume we're supposed to treat you with respect. What can I do for you?
Honestly, I just wanted to introduce myself. Everyone else seems to be wafting around here. You all seemed so inundated on your craft, and while I have yet to make even a spoon, I have an absolute love of your craft.
Yes. I mean, I've had... I don't even know how long to perfect my craft. And he just like looks over at the apprentice and goes, "Actually, cool that down. Let's shut it down for the day. May I show off a bit?"
Oh, please.
He wipes himself down a little bit more and like is wiping his hands on the rag. He dunks him in a bucket of water quick to try and get some of the soot and just grime off. He goes, "If you would follow me."
Tottering along.
Yeah. The apprentice just is like, yeah, okay, like starts actively trying to like close his fence, starts quenching the fire. Well, like quenching, but like getting the fire to cool down without damaging the metal. Makes his way to the back of the forge, and there's a very simple door, and he opens it, and you go in, and there's a bunch of raw materials. There's a bunch of iron, a bunch of lead, silver, etc. And at the back, there is a massive... Well, okay, not massive, but you can tell it's a sturdy, like, platinum door.
Okay.
Incredibly intricate designs on it, very, like, fleur-de-lis designs.
Yeah.
He puts his hand on it, and after a moment, the door just swings open effortlessly. He grabs something next to the door, which you realize is just it just looks like a glowing orb. He just grabs it and starts taking it down. And you go down a spiral staircase.
Okay.
And you're going down
to
for...
the murder basement.
You're going down for 2 or 3 floors. It's kind of hard to tell. Spiral staircases are weird. And then you get to the bottom, and he takes the orb and he places it in something. And then you know the mummy when they turn the mirrors and then the whole place lights up? It does that thing. He puts the orb there and it lights up, and there are just thousands of swords, and axes, and daggers, and suits of armor, and chainmail, and metal bows that look incredibly fragile, but you don't even recognize what metal they're made of. And all of it is just insanely high quality, over masterclass craftsmanship.
By the Queen of Embers.
He goes, "Yep, when we first settled on what would become this island, we did not realize that we were sitting on one of the most absurdly rich veins of platinum in the entire world."
So you've just been here this whole time, crafting it into all of this?
Yeah. And periodically, as I get more skilled, I take them, I melt them back down, and I reforge them into better and better versions. Speaking of which, and he turns to look at you. That axe is magnificent. And he offers his hands out. He goes, may I?
Oh, please. I give it the old unhook and pass over. This was a gift from my god, and it has done a lot. Pass it to him.
He very reverently and gingerly takes it. And he like holds it. And he like finds the balance on it, and he swings it around a couple times. And then he just like flicks the blade, and you hear just like the resonance. And actually, you feel like you hear a couple of the other blades in this massive hall like resonate with it. Kind of like if you ever done the thing where you have two tuning forks that are the same pitch.
Yeah.
You hit one, the other one will start. It kind of does that thing. He goes, "This is superb," and he flips it over and is looking over it. Do you know who made it?
It was, as I said, it was given to me by the Queen of Embers themselves.
Yes. That would make sense, because this is the level of craftsmanship I strive for.
Well, it doesn't look like you're far off. But, I mean, that's the untrained eye.
Yes. I hope I am not, but everybody has good days and bad days. And he reverently offers you the axe back.
I'll tell you what, so as I'm rehandling this, do you get much of the newer weapons they make from the mainlands?
He goes, no, we've basically cut off contact from them for... I mean, last time we contacted them was the Cataclysm.
Well, do you know what? I mean, this is as much a thank you for showing me this as for the company and conversation. And I take out the pistol and I show it to him. This is a combination of magic and engineering and smithing. It is complex, it is intricate, and it is fascinating.
He gingerly takes it from you, and he looks it over. And then if you ever see somebody who knows how machinery or something works, and then like slowly goes through the paces of like, okay, so this does this, this does this, this does this, and like figures it out. And like the longer he's got it, the more like almost frantically excited he looks.
I don't mean to distract you from your craft, but I don't know. I figure the least I can do is show you the bizarre contraptions they make these days, and who knows?
He gingerly offers it back. He's like, could you give me one moment?
Absolutely.
And he scurries down this long hallway and then like down through a door at the end that you didn't even realize was there. And then he comes back and he walks back towards you. And he goes, and he's holding something in his clenched fist. He goes, may I again?
Absolutely.
And he looks at it. And for those of you who do not remember or are new here, Emberlin's pistol is magical and is actually powered by the crystals that, like smaller versions of the crystals that power the ships.
So rather
like there's
than
no
yeah,
black powder. It activates rapidly these magical crystals. So he looks at it and he opens his palm and he's got a very similar crystal, but they're white, like quartz.
Oh my word! Because out on the mainland, the red ones are rare. They're predominantly like varying hues of blue
Or green.
or green. What? Where did you
Yes.
even? Emberlin is flabbergasted.
They grow in very small quantities, but they do grow within the core of this mountain.
By the nine. Sorry. By the Queen. Oh.
He offers you your weapon back and he goes, and he grasps the crystal. He goes, please follow me. And he like gestures you out first and then closes the door behind him. And then you go up the spiral staircase and he closes the big platinum door. And he just goes, "Never mind, fire the furnace back up."
Because, friends, here's what I was thinking. It's like, you know, on an island of people that are probably... Maybe they have their different crafts and poetry and whatnot they're obsessed with, but this is a guy that makes shit. He's probably the most mentally grounded vampire in the whole squad. And the idea of bringing him a new challenge that he could try and emulate would be like, you know, that would be a brand new book in a library you've read 1,000 times. That's what I was thinking.
Can you roll a history check for me?
I absolutely can.
Jesus. Okay.
4. I don't know shit about shit.
4. Okay, I was looking at the persuasion. All right. So you're just like, all right, this dude's fucking excited. All right.
He's just fucking good.
And his apprentice is just like, was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm shutting the fort down. Try back up. I was just on the... Okay, fine." And like starts to open all events back up and starts chucking wood back in. And he goes...
What every apprentice loves to hear after shut it down, 10 minutes later, fire it back up again!
He turns to you and he goes, "I do not know how long you are planning to stay. I assume overnight, given the time of day. But would you mind stopping back in before you leave tomorrow?"
Oh, absolutely.
"Yes. Thank you very much. Now, if you excuse me." And he just, like, cracks his knuckles, and you hear... You didn't know fingers could crack that much. Or that loudly. And he cracks his neck both ways and goes, "I have work to do."
And I'll just... Without disturbing him further, just totter back to the main hall. Well, to the side hall where we were chatting.
Yeah, so as you're going back towards the keep, a man approaches you and goes, "Ah, there you are. Your room is ready. Would you please follow me?"
Oh, absolutely.
And leads you up like 3 or 4 floors in the place. And you realize you're in one of the towers of the keep. And he takes you and he opens the door and goes, "This is your room for the night. You may explore as much as you will. We only ask that if you wish to view the library that you check in with the front desk of the library first. We are very careful about who has access to all of that knowledge. Your friends' rooms are just the next 4 down the hallway."
Okay.
Or 3 down the hallway, sorry.
So, we need to check in on our friendos before we do anything else. But we've got access to the library. Libraries never end well for us. But maybe we could just send a hamper down there. Like, do you want to learn about magical tattoos?
But yeah, you look at this room, and it's like, it is gorgeous and odd. Like, you've never been in a room this nice. It's got a 4-post bed that looks incredibly fluffy. It's got a fireplace that is roaring. It's got, like, its own bathroom. There's a bookshelf with, like, a bunch of, from what you can tell, works of history. Like, there's a wine rack and a bar. Like, it's a nice room. They've had thousands and thousands of years to make these places nice, and they did.
Fuck yes. We are living good tonight. And Lyris, no, libraries are awesome in the real. Emberlin's...
That's IT. I'm going to live here.
Lyris is also moving in. It's alright, we'll ask him to make your bed.
I also just like Wraith with, we're usually not allowed in rooms this nice.
It's a good point. Because, like, Emberlin's a combination of, like, pyromaniac, sky pirate, and let's be honest, like, maybe not religious fanatic, but definitely hard worker. So we probably smell like ash and boot leather most of the time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, there's like a clawfoot tub and like...
Oh, we could have a soak. No, hang on. Let's go talk to the friendos first. Okay, let's focus. We have an island full of toys, but we have to remember that we are the bag of Cheetos in an island full of battle-hungry stoners.
Roll me a quick investigation check.
Okay. Because we are getting a lot of nice things right now. All right, investigation. 12.
All right. So at some point, you there's a window. It's got it's actually got like really clear glass in it, like impressively clear glass for the technology you're used to.
Mm-hmm.
And like they can swing open, and there are shutters to help protect them. And you open the windows and look out to be like, oh, what's the view? And it's a gorgeous view. You look down, and there is, you're in the main keep with its towers.
Yeah.
There is the courtyard around. There's people it's getting a little sparse because it's starting to get towards the end of the day. There's the outer walls. You can't see it because of the wall, but presumably the moat. And then looking out beyond that, there is just this massive green pasture with thousands and thousands of sheep.
The Isle of Sheep!
And given how many people you've seen here, we're like, yeah, if they're surviving simply on the blood of livestock, they would need a shit ton of something. And sheep are easy to control and easy to breed, and also it helps them spin wool.
Which would explain why everything's so fake and fancy, because they've been working on spinning wool for 1,000 years.
Oh, so it's New Zealand, yeah.
Vampire Sky Zealand, if you will. No, we did it, friends! We found Old Zealand! We did it!
I'm glad I was not drinking right then, because that would have gotten a spit take out of me.
We did it! Oh, lordy. Okay.
But yeah, you've been told the next 3 rooms are your friendos.
Okay, so we'll have a quick little... It's
Old Zealand!
Alright, so we'll little tap on the first door. How's it going?
You hear Shasta go, come in!
Alright, let's power on round. Just checking on everybody. Still got the same amount of blood in your veins? Well, looking at the bottles. Are you working on changing that?
No, so you say that as you open the door, and it's Sharsu, Reluxus, and 2 vampires, and Sharsu's clearly teaching them all how to play cards.
So, yeah, no, I'm just going to go for the... so everyone's still got the same amount of blood as they had earlier? Chelsea, what are you doing to our guests?
Is teaching them to play rummy.
Then I won't interrupt any further.
And Reluxus is like desperately trying to. He's like, oh god, how do hands work?
Having only acquired opposable thumbs.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Don't let Mr. Truffles drink too much. He's very little.
He's like, no, we've given him a 2-cup maximum.
Okay.
He's already a cup in, and you look and he's kind of going.
Little Corky's drunk. Little Sway Corky.
Also, he does have a full tail, so you just see the tail kind of just, yeah.
What, Wraith, whether Chelsea's hustling cards or not, again, he's just introduced a new game to an island of shut-ins. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Island. So, anyway, closing the door behind. So, Todd onto the next door. Tap, tap.
No answer.
Okay, top. Tap, tap. Hello?
No answer.
Top. Tap, tap. Hello?
So there are a total of 6 rooms on this floor.
So help me, I'll tap them all.
Yeah, so this is the 5th room. No answer.
Alright, tottering over to the last one. Tap, tap. Hello?
Old Zealand? Are you sure it isn't pronounced Old Zedland?
Old Zedland. I like that. Thank you. Tap, tap. Hello?
No answer.
Huh. So where the fuck is Amber? So we'll totter back to the room with Chaosu and Mr. Truffles. Did you lads see where Amber went?
Sharcy looks up after like putting down a card like, ha ha. No, they introduced us to our rooms and gave us keys, and then I invited Reluxus and these two lovely people to learn a new game.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna find our very human bard, sorry, our very human Stormbreaker, who is by themselves. I'm gonna go find them now. You keep doing this, and then just disappear behind
Sharcy,
the door.
you see like shifts a little bit. Like, do we need to come with you?
I don't know. You know what? I'm sure it's fine. Our guests have been very, very accommodating. I'm being overly cautious, but, you know, better safe than sorry. I wanted to check in with everybody before we enjoy these rooms. Have you seen this?
He's like, yeah, no, they're super. Actually, will you excuse me for 1 second? He puts his cards down, like face down, and goes, "Nobody touch my cards." He comes over and he goes, "By the way, I don't think I've mentioned how nice it is to have you back." And he like goes in for a hug.
Aww.
And you hug it out and he goes, "If you need anything, ask the Archangel and we will come running."
It's good to be back.
But yeah, no, like, go explore. It's a good time. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of these people in cards.
You understand what you're doing to them, right?
He goes, "Oh yes." Oh, I haven't even introduced what betting is yet. Wait for that. And he goes and sits down. And picks cards like, "All right, Reluxus, it's your turn."
Okay. So I'm closing the door gently behind me. And yes, Lyris, you're right. That is smart. We can use the Archangel as a go-between, who, just in case we need to call the thunder, we should be fine. But yeah, so tottering down. We actually don't know where the fuck we're going, so we'll head back to the little hall we were at earlier and then, I don't know, try and find somebody to show us the way down to the library.
The one we had the long talk?
Yes.
Yeah, so you go in there, and like the fire's still going. Can you roll a perception check for me?
20. Not nat, but clean.
The fire is still exactly the same height that it was when you left.
Magic fire. Yo, okay, so I'm go over to the fire and just give it a little hand wave. See what happens.
It is warm. Like it is fire. Like you have resistance fire. So
Yeah.
it is fire. It is going. And you look left. And you look right. And you realize there is no extra firewood in this room. There are no pokers. There are no tongs.
It still feels like heat.
This might just be magic fire.
I'm just gonna. I mean, we've got fire resist, we might as well. I'm just gonna poke at the burning coals just a little, see if they move or shift or anything like that.
I mean, I'm assuming you're kind of doing it quickly so you don't burn yourself. So yeah, you poke it and like it's hot, and you're like, if I hold this, it'll hurt. But yeah, it's just fire.
As someone serving a fire deity, I'm like, not sure if blasphemy or awesome. As Emberlin slowly backs away. But okay, so let's see if we can find Amber.
You could call it, if you're trying to get to somewhere specifically, there is the like call a servant cord.
You know what? Let's do that. Let's do this above board. Because so far, they have been very accommodating, so ring-a-ding-ding. That's my cool servant bell noise. I'm working on it. It's practicing.
So you pull that after a moment, the door opens, and there's a late 20s-ish, pale as hell person dressed very well. They're like, "Oh, yes. Sorry, not who I was expecting. What can I do for you?"
I am just trying to find one of my my party, the red-headed Stormbreaker.
I do not know specifically where they were. I know we showed everyone to their rooms, and then we were told to give you free reign of the city.
Would you mind taking me towards the library? Because I have a feeling that if there's one thing that a singer and songwriter is going to want, it is to look at a lot of books.
Yes. Yes. I will also, if we happen to pass others, I will put the word out that you were looking for her. So if you'd please follow me.
Absolutely.
And so you start following her, and it's one of those weird things where every single person in here is very beautiful in a weird way, and they all have vaguely elven ears, but they're not quite. And they do definitely have the slightly pronounced canines, but they're not like fangs. They're all very polite to you. And she leads you on a labyrinth of a journey.
Okay.
Until, like, you're going down flights of stairs, then over, and then up a flight of stairs, then further over, and then down a flight of stairs. And, like, it takes you a while, but eventually you realize you think you're, like, somewhere in, like, the bottom peak of the island.
Okay.
And you approach these two double doors, very much like the platinum door for the armory, but there's two of them, and they are roughly 20 feet wide and about 45 feet tall.
Okay.
Intricate designs all throughout the entire thing. And she just goes, ding, ding, and it resonates.
Nice.
After a moment, the door cracks open, literally just enough for you to walk through. And there is a very large, intricate wooden desk. You get the impression that this is you ask the front desk for a book and then they bring it to you, not I will let you go through the halls.
Yes.
And she walks up to the counter. She's like, yes, our guest is looking for one of our other guests. You said red-headed woman?
Yes.
And the receptionist is like, no, we haven't had any of our guests in here other than yourself.
I'm so sorry for taking up the time. I was sure she would have come on down here. I mean, for stories and song alone.
And why is that? I'm sorry, I've just recently heard of your arrival.
Oh, they are a stormbreaker by trade. Someone who traverses the storms that swirl, but they are also a bard, teller of song and tale, and actually rather good, if I do say so. Don't tell her I said that.
I will keep that between the two of us. Also, if I may, calling them Stormbreakers is kind of funny.
How so?
And she, like, looks to the person that brought you here, like, oh, did I fuck up? Can you roll a persuasion?
The persuasion is my house, so come on, persuasion. 15.
Yes. Oh, I mean, to become Stormbreakers, you do have to first learn how to bring storms.
Oh.
According to some of our records, they used to be called the Stormbringers, and then just the Storm. And then they started using them to protect ships, and so as to garner respect amongst people, they changed their names to the Stormbreakers and did their best to wipe the fact that they can summon storms.
Thank you for that little tidbit. Honestly, I think it's a rather smart play, considering the state of the world out there.
And she goes, I'm sorry. Could you do me a favor and just not tell her that I told you that. It would be appreciated. We're very much not supposed to tell people information unless it is granted and approved. Yeah, and like you realize that the person that brought you here is just giving her stank eye.
We got him in trouble. No, it will absolutely stay between us.
Yes, thank you. If you would like, do you want to check a book out, learn anything about? The books do have to stay within this room, but we have, and she gestures off to the left and the right. There are like little cubbies, basically, with seats and tables. You can read through books as you would like.
We could do some cool shit. So, Larius, yes, we could look up the full list of Elder Gods. Or, I wonder if there's ever been, another fire mage, warlock of fire. What if there's some cool as shit nonsense in here? Givata, the first of the fire elementals. Yo. I think that's what we're going to ask. Like, and we're going to ask about, Givata? I'm probably butchering it.
Givata.
Yeah, that's a really good shout, Dorchus. Okay. Actually, do you have anything on Givata? The first of the fire elementals?
He goes from like, oh yeah, and like, I will have to approve this request. Could you just sit tight for a moment?
Absolutely. As the herald of the Queen of Embers, I have something of a fascination with fire. And
she had started to turn away, and you say that, she stops and she goes, I'm sorry, what?
The herald of the Queen of Embers, one of the newer gods of this world.
Of course, yes. Again, we do often have to get approval to give out information. We have, and she like hits something on the desk, and like the lights behind her go on. It was kind of dim, and you realize this library is massive.
So there's like a boom, 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 boom moment.
And like the bookshelves are 2 or 3 stories tall, and you cannot see the end of them. So, I will go ask approval for this. I will be right back. It might take a minute. Feel free to have a seat. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely take that little sit down.
You sit down, and you're waiting. 5, 10, 15, 20. And at like 23 minutes, she comes back. She's like, yes, hello. Yes, I have brought you. And she brings out a book that like she is struggling to carry. Like, hello. Yep. And just dust. And she just kind of goes, a very practiced, like, yeah, no, they're dusty. I think she probably has a fan. It's like,
A little special dust fan.
Yes, all right. So this is, and she turns it around and shoves it towards you. Go. All of the information about Givata that we have. Again, you can read it in your little nook. It cannot go beyond that door. And we expect you to return it and not tear any pages out.
Okay. Now, guess what we've got, which is our fucking book, so if we find anything sweet, we can copy it. But we're not going to say that. Thank you so much. Now, if you excuse me, I have a tome to get into. God, I should have brought that wine down here.
She's like, oh, would you like some wine delivered?
Absolutely.
I will have some delivered. Do you have a preference?
Red?
Okay, we also do have other hard spirits as well. Our distillery and winery are vast.
How? You know I can't... Emberlin is overtaken with just the sheer amount of everything. Yes, wine will be fine, thank you.
All right, I will have somebody bring you some. Enjoy. And she goes off, and you see her just like pick up. There's a small shelf off to the side, kind of behind the desk. She picks up a rock and like starts speaking into it. And you like have to like the book is like 3 foot by 2 foot and like 8 inches deep. So you have to like okay, here we go.
Damn it, you're right. I should have gone with what's the oldest whiskey you have. Damn it, that was way smarter.
Roll me. I'm gonna say roll me 5 investigation checks back to back.
Okay, 5 investigation. So first one, 8.
8.
5. Wow, this is what happens before the wine shows up, right? Like Emberlin's. It's been a day. 10. Come on, let's get a good ending. 17.
All right.
And 7.
Right. So I think during the 5, the wine shows up, and it is amazing. And I think it's one of those like you're starting reading through it. A lot of it is in. There's side by side a language you don't know, and as far as you can tell, common, but it's really old common.
Okay.
So it's a little hard to read. And you slowly start to read through that. Yeah, Javada was the first fire elemental, who he and well, they weren't really gendered. They and the other elementals kind of formed a pact. And they started forming the world. After a while, each of them started forming orders to help govern their own things, because you delegate. And right at the end, you notice the Order of Javata. And there's a couple names that are there and then crossed out. And you see the final name that is not crossed out is Idrith. First of the Order of Javata.
Fuck. Yes, that's how she got her fire powers. That's how she became a god. Yes! We learned cool things about the Queen of Embers! That's our queen!
I think you do that in character. Just, that's our queen! And
that's our queen!
You see the person behind the counter lean over and go, shh.
Now, I do want to say to Lexi, had I nat 1'd that, I think Emberlin catching on fire, maybe not exploding, but catching on fire would have been valid. You fail at reading a book so hard, you catch a blaze. Sorry. Okay.
Can you just roll a d20 for me?
It's dead.
Just a straight d20.
It's... Oh, crap, how do we do this? It's R...
/R space 1d20.
/R. D20. 13.
So you're like, holy shit! Fuck yeah! And then a like spectral hand reaches in past you and flips a page to like 3/4 of the way through the book. As the DM pulls up notes.
Legend.
So yeah, towards the back of the book, there is a couple notes, and you read through, and there's a thing called the First Flame. It is the original fire.
Okay.
You see a note about, like, the pages flip a little bit more, and you see notes about the System of Ash, which was effectively a coven of witches who were trying to harness fire and understand it. It flips backwards and shows the Order of Javata, which were the people charged with fire in the world. And then it flips all the way to the back page. And it says, I am Idrith.
I'm just waiting for everybody else to catch up! Yes, Season 2 is officially the Dark Souls of MemNul. You can have that, Wraith. I can let you have that. Because you're not wrong.
It's totally not what I was going for.
Oh, shit. What do we do? What do we say? I feel... Are we supposed to, like, fucking Ouija board this? Idrith, if you're here with us, give us a sign. What do we do? Notice that I do lean on all of you lot during panic. Hi, Mom! It's me, your boy, Emberlin. Okay.
Can you roll me a perception check?
Absolutely. 13.
You recognize the hand, but in that, like, fuck, I know the hand. It's not the Queen's. You're like, shit. Whose hand was that?
If it's not the Queen, perhaps the Archangel? Would we recognize it? Well, you've said that we're literally going, wait.
Yeah, so it was just somebody flipped pages for you, and the hand disappeared.
We attempt to shake the hand.
I mean, it's not after it moved the pages, it disappeared.
Damn it.
Like it flipped it, let you read, flipped page, disappeared, flipped page, disappeared, flipped page, disappeared, and now it's just gone.
I am Edrith. And that would make sense, the Archangel's gift of power. Perhaps it's no longer the great elemental now, it gave the Queen of Embers all of the mojo. Moose, this is the devil's bargain. That 20 is so deliciously tempting.
I will say the Eye of Idrith is in a different hand. Like, it's a different penmanship.
Or it is implying that... it is implying that somehow the Queen of Embers read this before us. And so Wraith, at least so far as I understood it, we're just on a page where it has been written, I am Idrith.
The very last page in the entire book, the only thing it says is, I am Idrith.
I mean, Javada's power being the Archangel, or the Queen having Javada's power, would make a whole heap of sense. Make a whole heap of sense. Look at us, we're trying to analyze the law in real time.
Whee!
Hey, we went to a library and it wasn't bad.
Yet.
Okay. Shut up, Aaron. Let Emberlin have one good library trip. I know that won't sway you either way, but... oh, shit, yeah. So... oh, no, because our book was written... Our book was written by Ardrum. But maybe? I forget. Can we try comparing that last line to things in the tome? Our little grimoire. I guess we didn't roll insight or investigation?
Investigation.
Okay. 11. I knew I was going to roll like shit today.
Do you want to make a devil's deal?
Fucking bastard. It's just, we're on an island.
Life just no.
Numbers like, we can still just start a fire. It's very combustible.
In a city full of elder vampires. Yeah, that's a great idea.
There's no way that backfires on us at all.
Who very much prioritize, yeah, we have knowledge. Yeah, just burn their knowledge.
Number's like, oh, I'm not saying you should, just that anything could happen. Okay. So, okay, with the Devil's Bargain, I assume there's a time frame, right? Because, like, investigating of whether or not the stuff matches doesn't really change the timeline, but
Deal with the Devil says any single roll will just become a 20. And at some point, I get to change one roll to a 1.
And it's a nat 20. It's the best success we can have.
It is a nat plus 20. It's just, I will give you all the information about the thing, but at some point, I get to give you a nat 1 plus going forward. And then once I use that, you can then reinvoke the Deal with the Devil. It could be this session, it could be 4 sessions from now.
And if we chose to use this Devil's Bargain, could it be the perception roll that we just did to not the investigation but the comparison, the perception, the one that feels like it's the fucking crux here?
I would let you do either one.
Okay,
I think rules as written because it's a homebrew thing. It's supposed to be the last one done, but I'll let you do it on. Those were close enough together.
All right, we're not going to do a poll. Just what are your feelings? Because this feels very key. And Moose is saying like this kind of knowledge, like this is exactly when to use the Devil's Bargain.
You know what? I need to pee, so
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
going to
discuss
go
it.
pee. I'm going to keep my headphones on because so I can still hear everything you say. Honestly, also, these headphones are fantastic and I love them.
Way cool.
But I'm going to go pee.
Okay, so friends, this is... I don't know what I was saving our Devil's Bargain for, but... You know, and yes, Baron, yes, caffeine, the devil is persuasive. What's the worst that could happen? We don't know. Because that's it, it's the future bargain. We get to find out whatever the fuck is going on with this book, right? But at some point in the future, we will get fucked over. Just once. Once for once. Like a token passed back and forth. Like, it doesn't matter the role. But as Moose says, like, this kind of story stuff... And hell, we can tempt the devil. And yeah, Lyris, I agree. This is the kind of stuff we're supposed to. Well, so Azraeth, I was thinking about that, because a few people were suggesting it, and it was like, yes, we could just ask the librarian, but notice the ghostly hand and what we've been shown. That was something outside of this space. Like, I don't... You know, we recognize the hand, which means we know it's some intentional influence. It's not the librarian being like, look, go to this page, this page, this page, and this page, you fucking idiot. But fuck it, I think we should do it. Well, caffeine is an agreement, has also added the gonna need more whiskey. And again, just in case, because I saw the numbers a little trend up. If you have just joined us, welcome to MemNul. it is me and all of you lot together playing the Adventures of Emberlin Burns. So please feel free to suggest. Feel free to chat and natter.
Would you like to go take a bathroom break and let people discuss?
Yes, I will, because Larius and a couple of the others are also getting bevies and taking a little break. So I shall do the same. Be back in just a moment.
J-Post, I am in love with these headphones. They are pricey. I have the Amazon Visa Prime credit card because it was the only credit card that would basically approve me. So as I spend money with it, I get credit just based on, like, I think I get 5% back if it's on whatever. But these are the Sennheiser Momentum 4s. And holy shit. I love these headphones so much. They are comfy. The sound is great. The battery life is insane. I've had them for over a month, and I have charged them 4 times. Let me... Yeah. So technically, I only paid $65 for these. They are kind of pricey headphones. They keep moving the share button. I finally updated my Bluetooth adapter on my computer to a 5.4, and I think it's like 90 feet. They're very comfy. Rest chair. Honestly, yeah, no, Moose, I am very happy with every Sennheiser thing that I've ever bought. They do pull some bullshit that every company does. Like, I used to have a pair of Sennheiser 550s. The only difference between the Sennheiser 550s and the 555s, which were better, was that in the 550s, they installed a piece of foam that made the audio worse. So if you opened them up and pulled out that piece of foam, they were 555s. Or maybe it was the other way around. Either way, I pulled the foam out and they're better.
Okay. I have returned! So, I don't think anybody has made a case against. So...
Sorry, we just got talking about headphones because I fucking love these things. I had these for over a month and I've charged them 4 times. I use them constantly.
Honestly, I do miss the big over-ears for, like, the listening experience, but for some reason I can wear earbuds for, like, 8-10 hours a day and not worry. But if I have the big chonkers on for all day, then I get big pain in my ears and they get swampy.
I do get a little bit of swamp ear, but these are mostly just when I get off work until I go to bed. It's fine. Right now they're getting a little swampy, which occasionally if you see me do the one headphone off, it's because I'm like, oh my god, please air out. But the quality's great. The battery life is insane, honestly.
Nice.
Like, I have had these for a month. I have charged them 4 times.
There is a significant chance I'll be testing some earbuds that look like fucking mech pilot accessories.
Damn. Also, what's up? Why do you have Fluffy Tail? You have I'm a scared Fluffy Tail. What's going on, bud?
Okay.
Oh, is Lord Byron outside? Sorry, there's a cat that is an outdoor cat named Lord Byron. That occasionally stops by, so I think Whisper heard Lord Byron.
Okay, that's understandable.
Being territorial.
Just considering the actual Lord Byron's reputation and apparently the amount of time anomalies we keep encountering, as like, oh, so Lord Byron's just in the Greater Seattle region now. Okay. Okay. You know what?
Anyway. So yes. What do you want to do?
Okay, so I'm gonna give it a second in case anybody wants to make a strong case against, but it does seem like we're gonna use our chit on this one. This book is too important, and people have been making a real good case of like, if we were ever gonna make a devil's bargain, it should be on this, the unfurling of the tale. But like I said, I'll give it a second for everybody to catch up. I know Lyris and Caffeine were stepping away and they're both back, so I don't think we're going to wait for anybody else. Ah. Moose has got headphone jelly.
I love these, honestly. Anyway. I had saved up Amazon credit, and I think I technically only paid $60 for these.
Ooh.
Out of pocket.
Very fancy.
They're like $400 headphones.
Yeah, I try and stack up all of the Amazon credit stuff I get, but I usually end up spending it on like stuff for the guinea pigs.
Yeah. I mean, fair.
I had the longest conversation with them about replacing a bottle of guinea pig vitamin C water, and that's the most interaction I've had with them in ages. Okay. So I guess Dorcas and Wraith haven't responded. Let's give it another couple of minutes of just general banter. So again, friends, if you want to just quickly grab a glass of water or something, now is the time.
Oh yeah, water exists.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better about it. Someone pointed out that if you were a kid who grew up through the 90s, there was no, you should drink water. It was all just, you should drink these highly sugary energy sports drinks and shit like that. Don't drink water. Water's for fucking nerds, you piece of shit. Drink a fucking Lucozade. Alright. And yeah, Judica, hydrate or die straight.
Sorry, Whisper has made a cocoon within the folds of my green screen.
Okay. So if the green screen gets pulled down, it's adorable reasons.
Okay, no, you're pulling my green screen down, but you gotta. My dude, my guy.
Yeah.
You can't.
See, Dorcas, I think that's something that's quintessentially me that I've brought to the character of Emberlin Burns is, that's a problem for future me. Yeah, bacon. It's got what plants crave. Electrolyte.
Honestly, not even the way I expected Whisper to take the green screen down. He was just leaning into it because he was like,
just
fabric.
super cuddly.
And I was like, no, you're pulling down the bullshit ass way that I fucking put this green screen up.
It belongs to Whisper now. It's Whisper's. Ah, okie dokie, Loki. All right. It's okay. So Dorcas is back. Wraith is back. The people who I know have been excited for the return of MemNul, I want to make sure everybody's here, and I think they're all back. So okay. I wish I had like an on-screen alert to play for this, or like a bwee, 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 bwee. But I don't know. Maybe you can save one for when you cash in the Devil's Bargain. But we are going to take the Devil's Bargain on this fucking book. There have been ghostly hands, there has been knowledge aplenty, and my naff rolls almost missed it. So here we go. And again, if you just joined us, what this means is that Baron is going to let us change one of our rolls to a nat 20. All the good shit that comes with it. But here's the catch. At some point down the road, Baron will be able to change a single one of our rolls to a nat 1. Watch as he's got a 10-second delay. I did notice the delay is quite pronounced, but I haven't seen any dropped frames or blips on this side. Yeah, maybe.
Hold on. Let me.
Give it a cheeky refresh.
I've got like a 5-second delay on my end, which is normal.
Mine's not too pronounced. Okay, it's on your end. Alright. Dorcas isn't the worst case scenario, which is like Hex will be in our grasp in like a cliffhanger situation. And that's the point where you'll just be like, no. Roll to pull up Hex from certain death. Just kidding!
Yeah.
Okay. But... Lyra says, I will start a riot if it happens. I might get banned, but it'll save Hex. Oh.
So you're using your devil's bargain to...
We're going to strike a devil's bargain on this fucking book.
Alright. You're staring at it. And there's a spectral hand turning the pages to give you information.
Uh-huh.
And then suddenly, you realize... So you were in a booth, and there's a table, and there's a booth on the other side.
Yeah.
The hand materializes. And it is the Archangel.
Yes!
And he looks at it and goes, your queen found the first flame. Sorry, this music doesn't fit.
It fit the library. We're getting some good stuff. Oh, and whilst you're picking the tune, so friends, whilst we do have bit and sub goals, I don't want to create a situation where you lot pay for rerolls, because that basically turns MemNul into fucking pay to win. And I wouldn't want to do that. I am incredibly grateful for all your support, and I never want to take the piss, right? I never want to put the game in a situation where you're like, oh shit, Hex is about to die. Someone throw $10 not to kill a beloved character, right?
Yeah. Well, that's not how that works, but...
You know what I mean. So yeah. However, you can proc fuckery, but also I don't know what the bit and sub goals are. Only Baron knows, so... God. We're gonna get you some visual effects like horns and stuff that go off when those happen as well.
So, before you is the Archangel of the Queen of Embers, who, like, black leather coat, like, full-length cloak, head, there's a skull of flame, in green flame. Because she joined the Sisters of Ash so she could learn about pyromancy. Once she gained enough power, she became the first of the Order of Javata, the first elemental of fire. After that, she became the first one after Javata to find the first flame, and she claimed it as her own.
And that is how she took the power deserved.
It then became the Demon of Tinelu.
What?
And then she slayed Morek. And then she became the Queen of Embers.
Okay.
She became the Demon of Tinelu. Because of me. And he looks over his shoulder nervously and then goes, I can say no more.
Okay. Thank you for what you've shared.
And he puts his hand on yours in a genuine, heartfelt... He goes, thank you. And just melts away.
Holy fuck. Yeah, it seems obvious now! The librarian wasn't gonna fucking tell us! I already biffed the roll. Holy shit. So yeah, is the Archangel Aladon? We don't know. But we'll need to ask him. But yeah, now we know the path of the Queen of Embers. She grabbed the purest elemental power of fire, became a demon, fucking killed a different demon, and ascended.
You turn to your right to return the book after a moment of thought. And the queen is standing there.
My queen!
And she is very... not sad, but like... solemn. If you ever make your way down to Tyloo, I will tell you what happened.
Thank you, my queen.
Until then, return your book. And she turns and vanishes.
Right! Would this be a bad time to ask about getting a tattoo? Oh, I was thinking of getting a on the. Okay, we're going to Tyloo. Sorry, I just had flashbacks of like Metalocalypse with the road trip. it's Emberlin, very wide-eyed, having not slept in days.
Yeah.
So shaky as from both the weight of the book and the weight of everything that just fucking happened. We just shakily totter the book back. Thank you. It was very helpful. Do you have anything stronger than wine?
The librarian goes, I mean, yes. I prefer you not to bring flammable things into the library, but I could have it delivered to your room, if that would be helpful.
That would be amazing. Old, smoky, and strong, please. And then Emberlin just kind of like, again, like wide-eyed, just kind of like waddles off back the path they came.
Are you heading back to your room?
Yes.
Alright, so it takes you a while, mostly because you're drunk at this point.
Yes.
But you make your way back, and you... can you roll a perception check?
Yes. 5. Nah, Emberlin's just fucking... Emberlin is emotionally and physically spent.
You walk...
Fuck. See? Libraries are perfectly safe and have no ill effects. Also, we still don't know where Amber is, and we've been gone for hours.
You walk into your room, and you notice that the bath, like the clawfoot tub, is full of warm water, and there's like soap and like fragrances and stuff.
We need booze.
Because at this point, it's like 9-10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. All right. It's time to stop being stanky and drink whatever it is they bring us.
Yeah, there is a glass and a bottle of very old something.
We take a glass, we pour some out, we put the bottle down, and then we take the bottle into the tub.
Right. So you spend the rest of your evening soaking, drinking, and
just
having an existential
yeah,
crisis.
just fucking staring out into. Because I thought, for a second there, I thought the Queen was going to be livid, like we were checking in on her. Like, oh, is she really? No, it's just sad, and that's somehow worse.
It's almost like the backstory is complicated.
Wraith, we should have asked them to bring us food. We didn't. Emberlin will remember this. Or not.
Also, for the record, the bath is fantastic. It is relaxing. It is. It's just the best bath. You get out, you dry, you get dressed in whatever undergarments, and you pass the fuck out. The next morning, there's a slight knock on your door.
Yes. Hello. I'm not dead.
You hear a voice from outside. It is a femme voice that just says, "Alzar requests your presence in the next hour or so."
Okay. I guess we'll.
You just hear I'll inform him. and then you hear footsteps going down the hallway.
Well, get us dressed as quickly as our, I assumed, thumping headache will allow, and then try and raise the others in there. It's like, bam, bam, ow. Chasu, is it morning? Am I morning?
The door opens up and he's just like, "Fuck off. I'm here. Alright." Close the door behind him.
Okay. Next door. Bam, bam, bam.
No answer.
Okay. Top, top, top. Knock, knock this time. No bamming. The bamming hurts. Hey.
No answer.
Top, top, top. Bam, bam.
No answer.
Top, top, top. Last door. Bam, bam.
No answer.
Wait, so we don't know... I didn't... Okay.
You don't know where Relexus or Amber is.
This is not looking good. I have lost my people! Where the fuck is Amber?
You turn and there is somebody standing at the top of the stairs. Like, it's clearly a servant person
Hey,
who is, waiting for you.
you seen redhead glass and tall, friendly, short dog? He's tall for a dog, he's short for a person.
There you go. They're waiting for you in the dining hall.
Okay, lovely. Okay. And clearly suffering from a lack of food and an increase in booze, Emberlin slowly, feeling their hand along the wall, totters towards the long hall.
So you've not been in this room before. So you enter this room after being led there.
Okay.
It is
I assume I start going the wrong way and then get led the right way.
Yeah, somebody's like, no, this way. You enter. It is basically like the grand dining hall.
Okay.
Adelar is at the head. The satyr is at his right hand. Amber and Relexus are both sitting there, just gorging themselves.
Okay.
Relexus is like, "These are eggs? These are... Why did no one feed me these? Oh my god."
It's the first time he's had eggs for breakfast. He's got a little corgi body.
He's just standing in his chair. Amber's eating with purpose, but not quite as much as Relexus.
Yeah.
Adelar gestures like, "Please be seated. Eat."
Thank you. So, Amber, how was your evening?
She shrugs and goes, "Uneventful."
Well, I tried to find you.
Yeah, I was just poking around the town.
It's just poking around the town. Okay.
Roll an insight check.
It's gonna be bad. 10.
Yeah, she was just rolling around the town.
She's just rolling around the town. I'm too hungover to think about it any heavily. Oh, Mr. Truffles, did you have a good night?
So I found out how to play cards, and I am bad at it. I don't. Numbers are hard.
Numbers were a mistake.
And he looks at Charles. He's like, "But it was fun. But why are there so many numbers? Why do y'all want so many numbers? Numbers are stupid. Why?
I'm with Mr. Truffles.
Person just like chuckles and sits down and starts gulping down sausages and eggs.
Yeah, Lyris, bacon, yeah. Well, it is literally finer. Keep your secrets. And yet, Moose, what if we'd taken an actual dog that can smell things to go and find a person who we could not find? That would have been very smart. We didn't do that. Moose, we will have to ask Chaosu if that's a tell later on. If Mr. Truffles wags his tail when he's winning, or when he has a really good hand. Okay. Just, to the gracious vampire host, just thank you again for your hospitality. I assure you, my current suffering is of my own doing, and your people were wonderful beyond measure. I got to read a little bit of my history and talk shop with your smith.
So you, ironically, spoke with my master.
Oh my word, I hadn't even considered. I saw his creations and what an inspiration his craft is. Not enough to stop me from drinking too much, but very inspiring, very inspiring.
He chuckles and takes another bite and goes, he was a master in his field before everything. And then he was granted effectively eternal life to perfect his craft. Honestly, and he reaches down and pulls out a dagger and lays it on the table and goes, I have never seen anything more beautiful than this dagger. And he did this in passing, as an afterthought.
There are worse ways to spend a large amount of time. But yes, that was the entirety of my evening. I want to apologize in advance and look over at Chaosu for the upcoming cards epidemic that you will no doubt face in about a week, maybe 2.
He chuckles and goes, I have always been aware this is a possibility. Honestly, I was holding off on it just because eventually we need different entertainment. Most of us are a millennia old.
But
I'm amazed we haven't needed more entertainment before this.
So turning to Chaosu, so I got good news, bad news.
He just ate a bite of something and went, "Who?"
Don't worry.
No, we're good. Okay.
Don't worry, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I know it's usually. We definitely need to make haste to Tidelu.
Oh, good.
It's for both good and bad reasons.
Everyone around the table goes,
Yeah.
okay.
That's thus my current state. So, to our gracious host, thank you so much for your hospitality. Honestly, I think each of us would give a limb for even a week in this place. But unfortunately, I have my, I don't know, what's the flying equivalent of marching orders? I know the Queen hasn't said, fucking get on it, but the Queen was sad. I would have been happy if she yelled at us a little bit. Oh, flapping orders. All right.
Adelar looks at it and goes, has she told you about time, though?
She's going to tell us when we get there. That's what she conveyed to me last night. But we have...
And he looks at every single person on the table. Yes. Fair.
But I have a strong suspicion of what to expect, which is why I don't wish to dally. Bad news delayed is often worse. I'll tell you on the ship, Chasu. I'll tell you on the ship. Maybe ask our very kind guests for some takeaways, because you might want them. Oh.
When you get to Deladar, do not mince words.
Thank you.
Tell them that you are looking to go to time there. But do not tell them who you serve. Understood?
Yes, I shall do my darndest.
You forgive me the impertinence, but I have had my kin restock your ship with food and water. And looks at Charson and goes, a couple casks.
No, we are extremely grateful for your hospitality. We came here not knowing what to expect, whether it would be old beasts awakened or forces beyond mortal minds. And what we found was an exceptional host. Shit, do we have any way that he can... Amber, have you got a spare map kicking around of the vaguely how things are right now? It just struck me, and forgive, I don't mean to be patronising on this one, but the world might have physically changed a lot since last you've been out there, and if you do choose to head on out, then, well, I don't want you getting lost out there, friend.
Because now I fucking don't. I do stories. I don't do maps.
Fuck.
And then Adela goes, you do not need to worry about that. I am well aware of where the world is.
Okay.
And after you leave, we will... He looks at every single person in the room that's not part of your party and goes, continue discussing how we deal with what is happening.
Oh,
If we do it all.
thank you. If we meet again, it'll be after Tynelu, so I think the world's gonna be a different place for all of us after that. Don't know how, I don't know why, I just have a feeling, you know?
So he stands up and makes his way towards you. And he kind of offers you a hug.
Yeah, I'll take a vampire hug. Like, at this point, Emberlin is also severely hungover, so they're probably not thinking super smart, but...
He hugs you, and in your ear, he whispers, I pity your queen. Tell her I am sorry. And then breaks off the hug and just leaves the room.
Okay. So... aside from, like, nursing this hangover and stopping at the blacksmith, I don't think we have anything left on the Isle of Vampires. You know, we now fucking get it that the statue in the entrance, the forbidden cups being guarded by so many, is obviously a metaphor for them. Don't drink the fucking guests. Don't drink the guests. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'd like to stop in at the smith before we go, but I think that's the rest of our intent on the Isle of Vampires. Yeah, I'm going to ask the smith his name. Might get him to, like, scribe it on the handle. Yeah, we can't keep calling the smith. Okay, so yes, we are heading to the smith next.
Alright. So on your way out, mostly on your way, you see no sign of the fallen. Or the satyr, sorry. Anywhere. All the flowers are still in place, but no sign of him.
Okay.
You make your way through all of the halls, the courtyards. You look over and make your way to the blacksmith. He and his apprentice, and you think another apprentice,
Okay.
are just like going fucking ham.
Oh, good morning, friend!
And he goes, "What's that?" And keeps hammering for a moment. Excuse me. He throws something back in the fire. He goes, again, just pouring sweat because it's insanely hot in here.
Yeah.
He goes, "Welcome back. Thank you for the inspiration."
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, friend. I'm sorry if my inspiration kept you up.
We don't need to sleep. It's nice, but it's not necessary. As you hear one of the apprentices grumble, he goes, "You know you don't need to."
Don't whinge.
Well, thank you. We are... I did not realize certain things, and we are making incredible progress. So thank you. And he offers his hand out to you.
Yes. I'm sorry, friend. I never asked your name. I'm Emberlin Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. Herald of the Queen of Embers. Tripping over my own words.
Yes. I am Amir. I am older than your entire lineage. Probably.
I think that's safe to say, friend.
But thank you. New ideas are often so important. And he looks back at his two apprentices and goes, "We're having fun." Good luck. And luck be upon you and your queen. And your friends.
May your forges stay as... God damn it, I want to go with... Damn it, I want a clever line. May your forges ever burn. And may your mind be ever sharp, friend. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for an off the cuff. Ideas be ever flowing. See, that's better. Damn it. Rest of me. Rest of Emberlin. That's way better.
I mean, that's the point of this, is you can choose whichever one you want.
Yeah. Yeah. Then, friend, may your forge burn forever and your inspiration never stop flowing. I think we all got a good consensus there, and finished the shake of his hand good. So yeah, I think at this point, because ship's already loaded, everything else is good to go. think all there is to, at this point, to return to the ship and cast off. Yes, our soul still burns. Dorcas, can the Queen bless the forge? I wouldn't want to presume, because the guy running the island is also a god and older than her, so I don't want to be uppity. Also, we got to get to Tyne Lu. And, I mean, I don't know about you, friend. I think this is a good place to bring the return episode to a close.
That's probably what I was leaning towards.
Okay.
So you all make your way back towards your boat. You untie, you start taking your way off.
Mm-hmm.
And as you slowly start making your way away from the island, Shorty goes, "It's amazing to me. We've villainized those people, and they somehow achieved absolute peace.
They had every reason to turn us into walking jugs of wine. That's probably the one place on this whole spinning marble that knows real peace."
Can you roll me a perception check?
Nat 20! Where was that when we fucking needed it earlier?
You look over and you happen to catch Amber kind of rubbing her chest.
She
And
went
that's where we end the episode, because fuck
you!
you!
I knew it! I knew it! Like I said, at least she wasn't rubbing her lower back or something. We should have gotten a tramp stamp. Stupid, actually having a plot I desperately care about. We could have gotten fucking Burn on our fucking knuckles. Yep, that's how you're finishing out an episode.
So, end of session!
Okay, so if you are new to MemNul, this is how Baron assigns our XP throughout the session. So it is not based on combat skill. It's based on...
You do also get, if you happen to go through combat, you do get XP there, but this is to help you further things out also.
Yes. So our XP is based on this. Now, in the past, it would also be based on guessing our character sheet, but our character sheet's pretty much done at this point.
I think I have like 4 left to guess, I think. So I'll let you if you want, and just say.
I guess I wouldn't even know which ones we haven't guessed at this point. So, okay. So,
George
first
has a
up...
list.
Aww. Kitty. Kitty is here to judge us. So, in the world, did we learn something new or important about the world or the setting? Fuck yeah, we did!
Yep.
Like, not counting the prologue as well. Because, like, the prologue was a fun little play around, but we can't claim credit on that. So we definitely did. Did we overcome a notable obstacle? I don't think we did. This was more about the exploration and the understanding, you know? Like...
I mean...
I think Sir Truffles got us out of more scrapes than... Mr. Truffles, sorry. We got to get him knighted so I can call him Sir Truffles. To ask if his god can...
I mean, you also didn't get eaten.
You didn't get eaten by a giant fucking snake.
Or vampire, like the oldest vampire in the world.
True.
The original vampire. Honestly, I would give you that one. So
Okay.
that's 2.
Hey, you're the GM. Caffeine said, we learned to shut up and listen. One of my hardest to learn skills. Did we gain anything? Ally, magical item, notable wealth, or means to achieve a goal? Technically no, because we left the book. And Amber did Amber stuff, so we can't really claim credit for that one. But 2 out of 3 is not bad.
Yeah. Did you roll your personality traits?
Yes. So this is where, like, Emberlin's character really comes into Emberlin's characteristics and permanent traits. Kind to the kind. I think we did that.
Yeah,
I think we did that.
I'll give you that.
So our ideals, loyalty to the Queen of Embers. So, yes, but we definitely looked into her past without her asking, while unintentional. So I don't think we did a negative, but I also don't think we did anything to forge that bond. We definitely came in smiles blazing.
Alright, I'll give you Smiles Blazing.
And there wasn't anything to be vengefully pyromaniacally about on the island.
Yeah.
And did we achieve a goal? Technically, no. Because, well, we met an old god. It wasn't one of, like, the elder gods. But he's an old god. And...
You know he's not an Elder God?
But that's a good point. But whether he has chosen to join the fight or not, we don't know yet.
That's fair. Whisper, Bud. Don't.
Yeah, goals was in... Why did I not fucking write down goals? Am I a bad player?
Y'all keep not setting goals, so...
Whatever the Queen of Elms fucking tells us to do, that's our goal.
So then, you get 3 stat guesses. Generally, Shaq gets 2 and Mo takes 1, but I don't give a shit.
Remaining proficiency... So we only have proficiencies left to guess. And currently... Because you only get 4 proficiencies on skills and 2 on... 2 on physical attributes, right?
Yeah. And I think you're down to just skills.
Yeah. So we're basically just working through the last things we have to guess. I highly doubt that we're skilled in acrobatics.
Acrobatics. Also, I think you've guessed acrobatics before.
Possibly. I'm going for the Dorchis list here.
Oh, okay.
Or is that what we guessed so far?
They said remaining, so...
We're proficient in athletics, insight, and investigation. Moose says, actually, can I request the goal be set as reach Tainlu?
Yeah, like, honestly, whatever you want your goal to be, that's fine. Okay, so those are the ones you've guessed accurately. So technically, you only have 1 more proficiency left.
Okay.
And yes, I will update your goal to be reach timely.
Thank you. I don't think everyone saw me being like, how the fuck do I add my goals to it again? It's probably not perception. Emberlin succeeding once again at being the most oblivious person at the party. Bless him.
You also just rolled shit on perception every time.
I told you. It was doing that physical roll at the beginning and that being really good. I was like, piss balls. There goes
the name. You can have 3 goals. Wraith, you can have 3 goals. So I'm gonna evict a cat.
No worry. We haven't actually used sleight of hand in fucking ages. And I biffed the roll when we did, so we don't have any data. At this point, I think we're brute forcing guesses. But I don't rightly know. I mean, let's be honest. At the end of every MemNul session, it's usually you lot getting it right. So we usually do the 3 guesses, I get 1, you get 2. And it's usually 2 correct and 1 wrong. No prizes for guessing who gets the 1 wrong. Goal, get a magic tattoo. I don't know, Moose. Do we want to learn who the Archangel's true identity is?
I mean, that could be a thing you can discuss offline in the Dice channel.
Yeah. Okay, so then we'll do goal chat from there.
But I'm going to assume get time to, I guess, learn Archangel's true identity.
Yeah, that's 2. We can definitely get a magic tattoo. Emberlin. I'm just saying. Just saying. Thoughts on guessing sleight of hand? Fuck it. Let's try. Okay. Are we proficient in sleight of hand?
You are not proficient in sleight of hand.
Okay. Next guess. Are we proficient in religion?
You are. There's not proficient in religion.
Okay. Last one, friends. I mean, we'd be crazy powerful if it was performance or persuasion, because we are very charismatic. We guessed religion previously? Fuck! I'm sorry, Dorcas.
Okay. I will give you that one back.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, Caffeine, if we're proficient in perception, it's me. I'm the problem, it's me. Someone should make a song about that. Then if it's...
Well, they already have.
Fuck! There's my $1 million idea. Shot down before it's even started. I can try to zoom in. Oh, they did add it. Lovely. They didn't used to have a character sheet zoom feature, and it's hard to know. Okay. Now you know how big my hit points are. Okay, so if did we guess performance in the past? Because I might have that be my guess. Are we proficient in performance?
I don't know. At this point, yeah. Chat keeps better track of this shit than I do. I just have yes or no answers. They're the ones that actually track it.
We are not proficient. Alright. Dorcas, homies, you know better than me. Have we guessed perception?
I also have no idea.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them. We are not proficient in perception. Okay, we know that.
Okay, then I probably missed one because you, in fact, are proficient in perception.
Are we?
Yeah.
Fuck.
So either I misspoke or it's not been guessed.
Fuck yeah, it just means I roll like hot shitty garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that means that all of our proficiencies are guessed. That Emberlin Burns is now known.
Yeah. Because you are you're proficient in athletics, insight, investigation, and perception.
On paper, the most observant person you know. And yet. Oh my word. Okay. So, I'm going to roll credits and thank all of the lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards.
Also, at this point, because you have now clocked everything else for tools, you're proficient in navigation and air water vehicles. You're proficient in common, infernal, simple weapons, and light armor.
Wait, cool.
Ta-da!
That's
your stats
package.
I will discuss with Will, but afterwards we might switch to a goal-based leveling up instead of stats. But I don't know. We'll see.
Wait, cool. But yeah. Friends, that is Memory Equals Null the Return. And the closest we've come to a wholesome episode. But yeah, friends, if you, I mean, all you need to do is look at Lyris's health bar now. Everyone's been incredibly fucking lovely today. So first off, to our long-suffering legend of a DM, Baron von Sheepington III. Thank you so much for coming back for this.
Yeah. And I'm excited to try and close this story out.
We're going to the bad place next.
You don't know it's bad.
Yeah, the underground city of like lovely, floaty, awesome good times. We just left that.
You just know that your deity is known as the demon of that underground city. It's fine. It's totally fine.
And a creature like older than probably most of the current pantheon was like, hey, just don't tell anybody why you're there. Just don't mention that. Don't bring that up.
It's fine.
The one missive that we were given at the start of this campaign is that you are the Herald of the Queen of Embers. So, either play it smart and offend my deity, or go in for the big fight. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming back for this. I appreciate all of your patience. I've said this multiple times, but just once more, like, you know, I was the big stopping block in getting this back and going, and it's fucking great to be back and rolling some dice, friends. And to that end, I need to thank the following people who should be appearing in the teeny tiny split. Yeah, it still works. I didn't fuck it up.
Hey.
Didn't fuck it up. Yes.
Didn't fuck it up. Didn't fuck it up.
No, but seriously, you all were incredibly lovely. And especially considering I've been a bit wibbly-wobbly, like, fucking thank you. So whether you were gifting a sub or celebrating, to Mr. SquarePeg, Lyris Dragon, MemNul, this guy Toby, Null RC, fucking criminals, Dorchus, Hot Mayonnaise Cannon, fuck off, Smithers Parrot, Alzira, Smithers, and I'm a Patch Rabbit. As I said, whether you were celebrating long sprees, returning, or gifting subs, thank you. To Lyris Dragon, Favor 6, Baron Von Sheep, he's right over there! Sub Numbers, Lizzie, Legend, Bacon, a bad hot dog, Vanderbeest, Shitaru, Fearless Sun, Pun Spectre, Alnus, Wolfclad, Dust in Your Eyes, J-Post, like all of you, threw in so many fucking bits. The bits were all coming from inside the room! So thank you. Thank you to the full moderation team, Caffeine, Lizzie, and Rhymes and Moose. And just thank you all for a wonderful fucking time. Now...
Virus! Fearless!
Fearless! Fearless! Thank you. And, no, seriously, Fearless, it's so good to be back. It's so good to be back. Nothing worse than half a story, right? So thank you all for your patience on this one. Yes, and then go get sleep.
Thank you for doing this. It was lovely to have MemNul again.
You're very welcome. And yeah, so Dorches and Peeps, we can chat about this and Dice and Yet More Dice. Like we can do some recap stuff. Now, I am just going to bring the stream to an end here, but do find some lovely Mother Hubbards. You know, there have been so many wonderful people we've raided into. So, yeah, no, Lizzie, I'm going to do that once I've closed this one down. No, seriously, thank you all so much. All right, go have an incredible rest of your weekend. Happy MemNul return, and to be continued. Good night.